Good evening, wherever you may be. I am your humble host, Mr. David Null, also known as Hawkeye Two Feathers. I about forgot what my name was. And I apologize for the miscommunication. This was supposed to start at 1:15, and I hit the button for 12:15, and I was in the middle of charging my phone and, and trying to get ready. So now I'm ready. It's 1 o'clock in the morning time on the East Coast here. And hi, Scotty, Stuart, F. Kitty, how you doing? I'm out of YouTube prison. I had to stand in the corner for a week. Um, and the reason the subject for this particular video is who controls us? And everything that they sent me stating that I had broken the WHO rules. And I'm like, I think I know what I talked about, the video that they took down, because it was like 5 hours long, you know. And in it, I talked about things that would do this, you know. And I was talking about a personal experience. And they took it down like the next day. So I must be hovering over the hole of, something, because I was very surprised at what little bit I said constituted a strike against their guidelines, because I have not been trying to break their guidelines. In fact, if anything, I've been trying my best to like sidestep it. But here's a little old me with a little old channel. Folks pop in and we have a chat, and mentioning certain things. The AI must be right on top of this stuff. That's all I can say, because it was the next day. It wasn't 12 hours. Can you slow down for a second and answer our questions and read my guidelines? What are your guidelines? So, but anyway, it says in the guidelines that I can talk about personal things. And that's what can I sell you my hair? Not yet. Um, I finally brushed it today. I I keep it in a ponytail to keep it out of my way. So, to sell my hair? No, not now. It's for some reason it's got to grow some more. I have been tempted to cut my hair, several times, um, but nope, not today. I thought about, I've had a friend of mine who had very long hair, and when she did cut it off, she cut it off and donated her hair to making wigs for cancer patients, which I thought was very fitting. And so with my hair as long as it is now, I had considered, what can I do in my old age? And my hair's so stringy and everything. I don't know if anybody'd want it, but so I thought, well, maybe I'll grow it out and donate it. If such is the case. But so in this last week, of looking at guidelines and things and thinking about some of the stuff I've talked about. And I'm like, you know what? I don't get it. I mean, I don't get it. And trying to recall things that I've said, I don't get it. Yeah, blue eyes crying in the rain. I'm looking back Texas, ain't nobody feeling no pain. So, but at 71 years old and having had just like casual conversations with things, it was how quick they jumped on deleting my that video. Hi Stuart, how are you? It's 5:06 now in Australia. NSW, that's North South Wales. Is that what that means? Yeah, because that's what I was like, a blank stare. Like what is NSW? I'm supposed to know that. Yeah, we're coming up on a 20 here in a few minutes, and I'm ready. I'm sorry for the, I was going to be on earlier kind of thing. And, Duggar was outside and I had to get something to drink. And I've had bowel issues. I'll just leave it at that. And so with all of that, I'm like, but I honestly thought I did this for 115. So we could do a 120 show. And, I can share a bowl with y'all. So, but anyway, in reflecting on, yes, oh, and Scotty, it was gross, very gross. I mean, just gross, gross, gross. I was like, what? Old age is literally a pain in the butt, you know? And ever since I've had my colonoscopy issues last year, there have been issues. Better the loo than the live. Oh, yes, yes. Well, that was interesting. I stood up and realized it was running down my leg. And I was like, oh no, 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 no. This is gross. But anyway, Peter, how are you? Dude looks like an absolute. Is that Chad? Okay, what's a Chad? Am I supposed to take offense? Am I supposed to be mad, Peter? I'm not, you know. Hey up, kitty. Did I say hi to you? I think so. It's been a crazy last couple of days. Think it's my hair. Inspector, hello again. How are you? So I don't know whether or not AI is looking for things in the chat. No, I was in getting coffee when you called, Barry. I figured you'd see me come on. I made a mistake with putting the time down. And then the other the other thing is that I hit the done button here on the cell phone, right? Because I got the computer sitting right there. Actually, the cell phone's leaning up against the computer. But so when I came back to go live, I looked at the screen and went, now how do I get back there? There's this little button up there to the top, and you hit it and then it brings you back. So I learned a lot, but I was like, okay, I hit the done button. And then when I came back, now what do I do? So all of this is new to me, and I'm going to have to hit the reset button on this computer. I know I keep talking about it, but I have had enough. And I listened to somebody earlier today, and I was like, I used to know how to do this stuff until I got my mind wiped years ago. And I used to be a real computer guru. I could write a little bit of code, but not much. Um, Thursday night and not an average night for you. No, but I wanted to make it because Andromeda folks used to do a Thursday night thing. And Robert V has done a couple of Thursday night things. And I was like, there's not too many people that I know of that are doing Thursday nights. So I thought, okay, I'll, start trying to do Thursday nights. And of course, I do my Tuesdays after the Robert V show with Native American stuff. A Chad is usually referred to as an extremely attractive, badass, sexy, and cool guy. Holy crap. Alpha male that ladies are most attracted to. Well, some bitch. Well, thank you. I'm a Chad. I know A7 would love you to come on. Who's A7? But so anyway, in reflecting over, because here's the thing, who owns us? They do. I was reading so much about some of the things that they control. And if guidelines are such that you can't mention certain things because of the WHO guidelines, and I'm not going to spell it out. It's like who's on first, what's on second, and I don't know who's on third, So I'm in referencing some of these things. Hey, Teresa, I'd love you. So, and I'm going to be talking about what? Because in the last few days, I've been trying to think, what the hell is going on with, Cosmic Hugs, Miss Teresa. I hope everything's going well with y'all and that you're staying warm in this, this winter. But hear me with my little old channel and with my little bit of subjects and stuff. I'm thinking to myself, what the hell how important am I? How many people do I seem to be affecting here? You know what I mean? So it's like, oh, I wished it were thousands, but it's a couple of hundred at best. There was one video that had like 1,200 views. I think, Teresa, you showed it to me. Could not resist dropping in to say hi to you guys. I'm sold up this late. Yeah. And I was trying to start this earlier. I'm just so goofy here. We'll do Squirrel Buddy, but as far as I know, Chad is a fish. Well, it's been a little fishy here lately for me, I'll tell you what. Are we in Pisces now? Generally speaking. Well, I know, Scotty boy, and thank you. I know that I'm important to you all, but I mean, on the grand scale of the world, they have in the last, I'll just say month, in the last month, they have taken down 5 videos. And I guess that they thought that this time around I had said enough about things that go like this, you know. And even though it was a personal, story, which says in their guidelines that I'm allowed to tell personal stories, even though it might, skirt along some of the edges of their guidelines. But, so my storytelling, nope, that was that. So I'm thinking back this last week, having, looked back over my YouTube channel and how many people that I have subscribed to over the years. And the people who I used to listen to religiously, at least once a week, like y'all come and listen to me once a week, I'm looking down the thing and I'm like, they're gone. There was no warning that these people would no longer be on YouTube. They're just gone. And I'm like, there was a guy on around Texarkana that used to talk about symbols and signs and things related, and he's just gone. I can't remember his name, but he was an old codger like me and sort of a military man with, he had me, like, messed with numbers and stuff and codes, and he just disappeared. I mean, maybe he moved to Rumble, maybe they moved to a different platform. But several other people, I just was going down the list and I was like, whatever happened to Stewart? And it's like, well, wait a minute. I know they had their own .com kind of thing, um, but I couldn't remember his last name. And then I seen him, and I can't remember his last name right now, but he was part of the Montauk program way back in the day, and I saw him on another documentary about Montauk, and I was like, there he is. That's the guy. Now, what the hell is his last name? I don't know if they said his last name, but there's Stewart. There's the guy. And they used to do at least once a week, they would do a show, him and his wife. And if he wasn't around, she would do it. But anyway, so not on YouTube anymore. And I'm thinking about some other folks that, and they're just gone. And I'm like, well, doggone it. Now, did they get warnings? What did they say? I know that there were a couple of folks that, skirted around the edges um, of certain subjects. And they were getting strikes all the time and being gone for a week and so forth. And so if you get one strike, you're gone for a week. And so earlier today was a week. Um, uh, since they deleted that um, video. So, but it's the emphatic way that I said, well, I want to appeal this because I don't know what I said. And the reason I want to appeal it is because I want to go back in and listen to the damn thing and figure out what the hell I said that busted the rules so bad to get a strike against my channel. So I'm like, well, wait a minute now. What the hell did I say or do? So I sent the appeal off, the little link thingy. And it's like, you'll receive an answer within 72 hours. And so I'm thinking to myself, doing fair, Stuart. Hope you're doing well. You're in Australia, right? Did I get that right? And oh crap. It's almost 20 after, y'all. There are many teachers out there that thin their audience with inappropriate comments and swearing at the front before they get into the real info. Thin the Karens. I had the lakes with Striper. I keep getting tossed out of here When I try to scroll up and chat, it's hard to read chat on a cell phone. Yeah, I got my cell phone going here too, Miss Teresa, and I've only got like this much where I can see the chat room. So I get you. Yep. So, but anyway, in thinking back, yep, it's a 20. That's for sure. So, with thinking about what the hell did Hawkeye say that pissed off the universe? Because within an hour, ding, I look in my email box and they have sent an absolutely no, we're not going to put your video back up. And I was like, you'd have thought maybe I was talking about that the Holocaust was fake or something, you know? You'd have thunk I was trying to convince people to join a damn cult. You'd have thought that what the hell? And no, we will not put your video back up. Don't ask us again, you know. And I was like, well, who am I going to piss off? The AI? Hey, Cass, how are you? Is that Whitehall? I don't want to put my glasses on. I get a bing, ding, ding, a reflection. There's the screen lights up my eyeballs here and it looks weird. Yeah, welcome. So, a few months ago, I had talked about a couple of things. And I have mentioned, things that go over you like this, effectiveness or not, do your own homework, right? And so we shall not mention that word. I don't even want to spell it. I don't even want to think about it. It's just, you know. So if AI can see this, all right. And but I'm curious is like, so what if you typed it in the chat? You were talking about these things, I might not be talking about it, but you could be. Just came to your stream. What kind of content do you produce? All kinds of crazy stuff. Usually talk about spiritualism, and like I recently got Mr. Morgan. How you doing? I recently got a strike against my channel because I discussed something that is against the WHO guidelines, which also means it's against the YouTube guidelines. Am I a vegan? I was. It's very stupid. I mean, I think y'all were with me that 5-hour stretch, about a week or so ago. And oh my God, what the hell did I talk about? That was so intense. They had, and the second email that they sent is almost like, don't ask us again. I was like, AI sounded pissed. Hey, Steve, I'm sorry I didn't call you back. Hey, the Who band is good. Yeah. Who on you? Who? Yeah. I heard that about the strike too. That was just stupid, David. Yeah, absolutely. I was a vegan for over 10 years. I go on stretches where I just crave protein. And I have many stretches in my 71 years where 2 or 3 years in a row I'd be vegan, and then I would just literally crave a greasy hamburger. And one of the things that was difficult for me to be a vegan back in the days was I used to work as a short order cook. Okay, my mom and pops ran a cookhouse on a carnival, and I would go and help them on the weekends and sometimes during the week or whatever. And when they got sick and sold out, my brother took it over, and I would go help him. And so when you're flipping hamburgers and sausage dogs and corn dogs and you're standing over the grill for 6 hours a night, and cooking and doing, it's really hard to be a vegan, and especially when I didn't start out that way. It was a decision for me. So, you know, a hamburger breaks and you just reach up on there and munch it down, and it's like, well, don't let it go to waste. And God almighty. And sausage dogs, oh Lord have mercy, Italian sausage. On a foot long bun. I mean, a real sausage dog with onions and bell pepper, making myself hungry. But so those were the things that kept me from being a vegan. But now during the week, there were a lot of times when I would be more vegetables. Calories on the line, it happens. Yeah. God forbid if I say what meat I eat today got me in trouble. I had some hard salami, actually. Me and Duggar shared a couple of pieces of salami, but I don't have issues with calories. Um, is that Meeps Go? E's are difficult for me to see without my glasses. It's hard to see. The E's like that, they kind of run together in old age, but I don't have to worry about calories. Hey, what Sphinx 88 can't say certain things, especially potential things that could wake up the blind billions, or the big corporations will silence you. Oh, and they did. That's why I got a strike last week, for saying something that they didn't think I should say. And it really wasn't anything catastrophic. I mean, really catastrophic. Yeah, Duggar's over here. Yep. He's doing real well. Last night it was pretty damn chilly here in the house, and I felt bad and didn't feel like lighting a fire with the wood stove, and the little heater here was just not keeping up. But we weren't. It wasn't like we were dying. So normally he'll sleep here in this chair, and I'll try to get him to come up on the bed and couch with me, and he's like, nah, I don't want to do it. Last night he was like, let me get him in them covers with you, Pops. So me and Duggar had a good huggy. It was a one dog, instead of three dog night, it was a one dog night. And he was up underneath them covers with me, boy, just like, ooh, it's cold out there. I don't want to sit in that damn chair, Papa. So, but yeah, Duggar's doing real well. He really is. He's starting to talk to me more. He uses his paw to get my attention. And as I've taught him, if you want something to eat, he'll put up his paw. And so there are times when it's like he'll put up his paw, and I'm like, "Listen, bud, you've had something. You've had 3 hot dogs and a can of dog food, and so tonight he wanted donuts. I have these white frosty, little mini donuts. He loves them. So do I. And so he was sitting in front of me, and I'm like, "What the hell do you love? But do you want?" I was reading. Hey Jack, how you doing? You love dog food. I haven't tried it, although the canned dog food that I've been getting, those chunks. If I was hungry enough, I'd dump them in the skillet with a little bit of onion, But yeah, I've often wondered, where they get those chunks from. But anyway, tonight I went in the kitchen and got out the white sprinkly donuts. You were lying. Try cat food. When I was a youngin' growing up, hey GZ, can we see the dogs? He's over there sleeping. Dong Lee, how are you? Yes, I'm old. I'm 71, working on 72. Absolutely, I'm old. Been around this cranky world a while, you know. And what kind of dog? He's a bird dog. He's a bird dog. I got cats outside, 5, sometimes 6, once in a while 7 cats. They come in and from the neighborhood. I live down here in the swamp. Hey Stepper, how you doing? It is good to see all y'all. Wave to each other, say hi. Got to go to bed. Peace be to y'all. Absolutely. I'm glad you said that. Peace be to you and your friends. You seem pretty cool. I try to be. German short hair. He's a bird dog. I mean, yeah, his hair ain't but yay long kind of thing, but shed, oh my God. Hey Travis, how you doing? The thing's going by really, really quick. So what they don't like us that study a science and have applied science know the scientific claims the mainstream tells everyone are false, and we have the true data backing us. Yep. There are certain words that the AI absolutely has, control of. And so when they tagged my video last week, they took it out. I mean, it was amazing. I mean, the next morning it was gone, and there were nasty letters in my, in my email box. Have you ever been to Memphis? As Memphis in Tennessee? Yes, but I have not stayed there. But I have been through Memphis several times and crossed the bridge over the Mississippi River. Yes, that I haven't had the time to stop and go down on is I think it's Beale Street. Are you um Grim Reaper? Are you from Memphis area? Is that why you say that? I think isn't it Beale Street? I wanted to go down and listen to the blues. I wanted to take my harmonica down and see if I couldn't play with some folks. You know, I got a couple of harmonicas sitting over there, and the last time I picked them up, it started doing a blues riff. Duggar went nuts. He was like, "Woo!" And he was looking at me like, "What are you doing?" I was like, "I'm playing the harmonica," and he was like, "Woo! Please don't do that." And he was looking at me, like it was painful to him to listen to me play the harmonica, and I was hitting some decent riffs, but he was woo. So then I switched keys, thinking that might have done it. You've got to try some. Oh yeah, absolutely. Oh, some Memphis ribs. Oh yes. Oh yeah, yeah, yeah. Some Memphis ribs. Yeah. See, I live down here in the southwest Georgia, and I have been to New Orleans. I have been around to like Pensacola. My granddaughter lives down there, and I've been around and have we like ribs. We like good barbecued ribs and good pulled pork and an honest to God Brunswick stew. Man, shoot. And as slap your mommy is so good. So yeah, to get some Memphis ribs, ooh wee, yeah, buddy, that'd be worth that'd be worth going to Memphis for just to go, just to sit down and have some food. But had some really good food in New Orleans and listen to some great music. It ain't about to me. I would love to go back to New Orleans because when I was there before, we had a bag of cocaine. It was like this thick, and and we were snorting all the time. I mean, I have this much personally for the weekend. You know, Kirk Von Houten, have you America today? Kirk, I don't know, understand. What does a Brunswick stew have in it? Sorry, I'm not from the U.S. Oh, no problem. Well, there are folks who start out like, see, down here in South Georgia, that just north of me and around Tifton, Georgia, they have what's called the Agorama, and it is a living museum. Okay, and they started out back when Jimmy Carter was the governor of Georgia, and they moved in a bunch of old houses from around this area and set them up like a small little settlement. Okay, and they got a train that runs around the property. They've got a small pond, or maybe two, but anyway, and they've got a general store and different things, you know. So, but they do this in the fall of the year. They do this Brunswick stew, the old style. And they got a great big kettle, and it they put in a hogshead, okay. And in the old days, they put in rabbit and possum. You should check out Memphis mustard slaw. Oh wow, I might like that. But so, and they just slow cook it. I mean, they put in just some water and some herbs and things, and they stir. I mean, a whole hogshead. Because here's the thing with the Brunswick stew. Now, this is what they claim. Okay. Now there are folks up in around Boston area, and they make a Brunswick stew, but that the history of it is not the same. So because there's a Brunswick, Georgia, and you know they lay claim to this Brunswick stew. But I watched on PBS, they had a special about it, and I was surprised to see that right up the street from me, where the Agorama is, there's this black gentleman who's making it the old way. And he goes, man, I used to sit around the fire and you got to stir it right. And they got a whole hogshead and put it in there. And you cook it until everything is up. There's nothing on the head, you know. And then when it's done, when you think it's done cooking, then you cook it some more. And then there are folks who put in carrots, and then some folks will put in some potatoes, but it's not the main ingredient. But in the old days, because the slaves made it, okay, they didn't get the choice parts of the beef. They didn't get the choice parts of a hog, but they got the head and they got the feet and they got stuff like that. So they would throw that in that pot and cook it down until all that meat done come off them bones. Them bones and bones and ham bones and bones and bones and ham bones. So, but you know, but in that too, they cooked it so long, the parts of the marrow and everything would come out into it. And there's a whole kernel corn because you got to think of the things that they had. Ordinary person. It's America on the verge of ending. I don't think so. We talk about it, the corporate maybe, the international wars. Can we be optimistic for America, or must we? We Americans don't want to. I was going to say a bad word. We don't want a war. Most of us, like 85% of us, are pissed off about the fact that they, is that Shadow? How you doing? We don't want to. We don't want a war. We don't. We don't want conscription. You know, the war in Ukraine is stupid. You know, I have not yet listened to the Tucker Carlson interview with Vladimir Putin, but I think Putin has been getting a raw deal for a long time. And I've talked about it. Hawkeye, no S word. S word? S word. Which which one? Which one, F Kitty? But so you know, so I think Putin has got a worse than SLB. I don't know. You might actually have to hook. Oh, Dr. Hook and the Medicine. So yeah, have you America yet today? Buckle up in your brand new America. Turn on the bald eagle and get Mount Rushmore and all over your face. And on your way to freedom, drive a Ford. Actually, I drive a Mazda that was built by Ford, and it's got 300,000 miles on it and still running. So, ARC, I feel as though many countries that are around in war don't want to be in war. It doesn't determine who's right. It's only determine who's left. That's very true, ARC. But here's the thing: it ain't the people who want it. You know, it's the elite that want this stuff. So you know, what do we do? I don't know. I know I have voted against the elites. I have tried to vote. You know, we have gotten a decent couple of politicians here in Georgia. That Fannie, what's her name, in Fulton County in Atlanta. That is such a ridiculous, stupid thing they're doing. You know, whether you like Trump or not, it's just wrong. It's just wrong. And then her spending all that money and giving it to her lover boy and them, you know, going off on escapades. A dire straits. Some. I was a I was a Jethro Tull fan, by the way. I stopped driving recently as parking in the city. And now, if I lived in the city, I would be on a bicycle, depending on the city. I'm old and crotchety, and my back hurts. Yeah, Dire Straits rock. I can't think of a song right now, but you know, Doctor Hook and the Medicine Show. You know, I got a freaky old lady named a Cocaine Katie who embroiders on my jeans. I got a poor gray haired daddy driving my limousines. I got all the friends that money can buy. So I never have to be alone. Well, we keep getting richer, but we can't get our picture on the cover of the Rolling Stone. Rolling Stone. All right. Get my picture on the cover. Stone gonna buy copies for my mother. Stone gonna see my smiling face on the cover of the Rolling Stone. It'd be a very small place compared to the size of things in America, but it's one of the bigger cities in New Zealand, and parking is almost holy crap. Yeah, I grew up in Tampa, Florida, and the last time I went down there, I said, "What has happened to this place?" Now, I've seen pictures of LA because LA's flat, all right, with mountains in the background, but it's flat. Well, Tampa's flat, North Tampa and around the swamps and stuff, you know, and the amount of streets and people. You're Batman, Jack. That's cool. Batman. Do 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 Batman. I'd be Robin. I'd be Robin from the rich and give to the poor. Robin. Anyway, El Señor de la Noche. I'm so glad that y'all get along. Search Ronaldo 840 445. I've refilled this bowl and I've been wanting to smoke it. But anyway, so in this thing about who controls us? Um, and reading around in some of the instructions and things, I was looking at certain things. I was born a rambling man. What am I smoking? Some Gorilla. I can't search anything right now. I'm sorry. I'm on a cell phone. Yep, this is really live. Absolutely. Live and in color. Interior oblong. What? Not anymore. Divorced 3 times. 4 times, I guess. Katniss, good morning. Hey, Anthony. Where am I from, Jack? I'm from here. I was born in Ohio, in Cincinnati. Lived in the Dayton area till I was 7. And then we moved to Florida and I grew up in Tampa. Graduated Tampa Catholic in 1970. And I moved up here in 73. And I've been here in South Georgia ever since. I'm so happy to have stumbled across your stream. You're a super down to earth. Oh, yeah, I'm a pioneer. I mean, I've dug my own. Hey, human, is that right? I've dug my own well. I mean, literally dug my own well. I mean, dug a hole in the ground that's 3.5 foot square, 20 feet deep. I dug a hole in the ground, and so I am a pioneer in a lot of ways. And down to earth, yeah, got a pot-bellied stove back over here. I cut a couple of trees down the other day I got too many trees that grew up in the wrong place. But thank goodness I got firewood now. And it's up high and I can go get it with the truck kind of thing. So just call me Aisha, pronounced Aisha. I look like Jesus. Thank you. Lots of trolls and bots with the nude. Yeah. Is Ark out of here? Yeah. Be safe, everybody. Kirk, how you? So yeah, what do I think about America? A friend of mine stopped by tonight to check on me, see if I was still breathing, and we do a little catch-up work, and we're showing each other videos and stuff. And it was like, I'm a 71-year-old Jesus, but anyway, um, preaching the same thing actually. Um, my preaching is the Christ consciousness, and the number one commandment, the only commandment that I see is the law of one. So that's that's how I feel about the whole thing. Please search. Yep, a lot of people in here. Yeah, that's wonderful. The In the last week or so, last week there was like 6 or 7 um, new folks that um, hi Amber, how you doing? That enlisted into my crazy stream. But hi Lib B. I'm so glad I found you. This is so cool and laid back. Yeah. There are times when I try not to curse, I'll say shit and damn and hell once in a while, but I try to stay away from the F word. There are some channels that they just let it fly. And I started out that way, like, well, I could say any freaking thing I want to. Yeah, but there are people who are listening, and you should be a little bit more kind to your audience. And well, people don't, most people don't mind if you use the F word, but there are other people that it does, you know. And so you doing all right, Miss Amber? Same thing with you, Miss Kitty. I mean Katniss and Kitty too. But you know, getting timed out for a week because of something that I inadvertently discussed. You know, if here's the big thing. It's a shame we have to be careful with our words. But apparently the AI bots are really hot to trot. And I was a bunch of stuff running through my head this last week. Now get this, I was wondering, you know, they talk about that they've got several AIs that are kind of, you know, you can go in and ask this AI a question and it's working to solve your problem. And then there's another AI over here that's working on something else, right? So it's like, well, I could see that, you know, we can ask Google things. You can ask Google things and they respond. It's what we ask it or what we search for or what we're curious about. So AI now has these people who are curious about this or they're curious about that. So in that, the AI now is looking for certain words, especially like for YT, for, you know, the tube here, right? So the tube says, okay, we want you to look for this word and several times and what the context is. Because unless a person was listening to that 5.5 hours of video or went in there and searched out in all of that content, that little bit that I talked about things, you know, that what to me is like, it was just general conversation. So whatever Bob is doing, the AI, whatever the AI is honed in on, it's really honed in. So they got me on several others this last month, saying, well, you know, you mentioned something that was against our regs, but we let it slide. So then they got another one and deleted it. And I'm like, what the hell did I say in that? And I would bet you it had to do something with, you know, and the fact that I've never had one of the, you know, because I'm allergic to the things that go in the stuff. Look at my fingers, you know, the stuff that goes in you like that. I'm allergic to it and have been for years. So, but if I mention it, you know, whoops, there goes another one because of the words that are used. Somebody's got a birthday. Leviticus 48. How are you? Yeah, we got to know since it's in there. How old are you? You know, we're being nosy. I'm 71 and working on a 80. 23 watching. Yeah, please hit the like button. Yeah, I don't ask for much, you know, but if you're in the area, um, it don't cost you nothing to hit the like button. Especially if you like hanging out with us, then hit the like button. You know, Ark, you're 22. Ah, to be that young again with the knowledge I have. Oh, I would do things so much better. I'm 12, working on 56. I was thinking about reversing the numbers. So, you know, I'm 71, that would be 17. So, do you ever wonder where your shower water goes? I know where my shower water goes. Liam, how you doing? Because I planned out my house. I have a passive solar house. I'm 49 plus shipping and handling. I like that. That's a good one. So I got to a certain age and a friend of mine said, I don't have birthdays anymore. I have anniversaries. And I'm like, I like that, you know. But I had a crisis when I turned 70 and 71. And I'm like, I'm over it now. I've been in the hospital twice now with mild heart attacks kind of thing. I've had my back surgery, which I'm coming up, and next month it will be a year, and I'm still having trouble walking. But hey, we're working it out. McCann, this is the wholesome side of YouTube. Sometimes I can be radical. That's why they took down one of my videos. Hey, big dog, big. It should be big red dog, big dog red. My dog is white with black spots. Oh, little B getting old sucks a lot at 71. Now I know other people who are in a little bit better shape than me, but I'm very, I'm very glad and gracious to have made it this far. With Even though I've had broken bones and casts and surgeries on my neck and I'm major surgeries, none of this piddly stuff, They cut my left femur in half and I was in a cast for over a year. So, I mean, I have been in some, serious therapy and stuff, not to be bragging, but, some bitch had a couple of head concussions, that literally almost killed me years ago. And the medicine that they put me on for my head concussions almost killed me. So I have, and then I was um, a mental health patient for a long time. Well, thank you, Miss Amber. And Mac. I'm being lazy and I don't want to put my glasses on. But in thinking with my friends, around here, we were talking about it and said, one of the things that we feel is really important, and have brought this up before, and I said, we need to send peace to our brothers and sisters. What can we do in the universe? Hey, CE Studio, I'm in Southwest Georgia, just north of the Florida line. So, but Noemi, Noemi, hi, right back at you. So, I've had several people on the phone and in a store, and they were like, peace be to you. And I was like, hey, wait a minute. Well, hang on here. Oh, you're in England? Oh, we have several people from England, UK area. Yes, we do, CE. Welcome. Yep. Um, Wait till Richard comes on and somebody else I can't think of right now. Depends on how much popcorn. That's true. Yeah, good old British man. Yeah. Aye, matey. I thought that I would have been to England by now, and I haven't made it. So it's coming on to 2 o'clock here on the East Coast. And, my dear friends and, all of the you good people out there, thank you for being a subscriber and thank you for coming and hanging out. And just because you all are the reason, that's a pirate. Always welcome here. Thank you. Oh God, if I could get there, I would just love to drive through the countryside. I would. I don't think they would allow me to go up and touch the stones at Stonehenge, but I would like to go to the British countryside and put my hands on some of the rocks there, some of the standing stones, you know. I would just like to go up and hug one, you know. You too, little bee. I missed that potato. I missed it. It went past. What's 8:44:45? Oh, I see. Well, why do you keep, if you're not rude, then why do you keep putting that up there to search it? I can't search it. I don't have the ability. And you should not keep putting it up there for people in the chat. That is rude behavior. Sorry. Okay, well then quit putting that same thing in. Okie doke. Potato natto? Golly, chair. Do you speak two languages? I can barely speak one. No, um I have faked it with some Spanish. I've taken Spanish and just haven't gotten there. But I have had some Mexican friends over the years and could converse with spot English and spot Mexican. You know, we came up with our own little, you know. Oh, hey, Monkey Duffy, is that right? What is my opinion on racism? It's stupid. I've grown up with black people. Um, a lot of my friends over the years down here in South Georgia, where racism used to be rampant. I mean, they used to hate them. They used to hang them niggas on the courthouse. You know, in many of these little towns around here. You know, they had hanging trees just for the purpose of. And you Hayden, you in Georgia too? That's cool. Come see me. Let's go boating. I've got kayaks and a boat and a brand new motor. Let's go boating. Hassan Shahid, is that did I get that right? I'd handle it if I was wrenched. You live in Oregon? Oh yeah, I do like fishing. Um, but 99% of it is catch and release. I like the boating part better than the fishing part, but I do like fishing. But you've done your fair share of fishing throughout. Yeah, Stepper. I've done more boating. I got to the point where I was, you know, I was fishing out of my kayak before there were kayak boats for fishing, you know. And then I got my dog, and I can't fish out of my kayak with the dog, you know. So now, um, Chair is African, lovely, and I mean that, lovely. I've had a couple of black girlfriends back in the day. I am not a racist. If people are nasty, then I don't like them. You know, I don't care what color you are. If you're pink, I don't care. You know. Yep. Who? Respect is respect is respect is earned and not given. Yep. That's like mods. You know, I know there are several channels where everybody's a mod, and I don't do that. And I've had conversations with people over it, and you gotta something's all I can say is something's got to click with me. psychically. I just don't pass out wrenches. That's all. Adam, how are you? Oh, good night, Amber. Good morning to you, and hope things. It's always lovely to. It's always lovely to see you, my friend. Is Donald Trump orange? Yes or no? I think it depends on the lighting. Having worked in theater and set lights for 20 something years, I very much seem to think it's the lighting on his hair, because there are other times when his hair is not. Yeah, sweet dreams. Always have sweet dreams. It's a long time for a 20, but how old am I, Hayden? 71. Going on 17. Last year was the year I had operations and heart attacks, and this year is the year for me to get to stand back up. And walk. I can walk, but it's very difficult. But it's to stand back up and be more. I've sat down too much. Hey, stars, how are you? Thank you. Blessings to you. But so, anyway, it's good talking with you. No, 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 no. That's one thing I have learned. You haven't been around this channel for long, but I spent 3 days in the swamp one time without any food or water in the middle of dog days. And I mean, it was 103 in the shade. And how I made it out of that situation. I had spirits come in and take my spirit off through the woods, and me, myself, and I were down between some big palmetto fronds dug down into Mother Earth. Colin McGregor, huh? Please be respectful to the elders. Please be respectful, but to the elders too. But just please be respectful, because of all the things to pass around in this world, and for me and my preaching, it's peace be to you, my friends and neighbors. And if you can't be peaceable, well, go sit down somewhere and figure it out. If you're going to argue with people all the time, and if you're just looking for a fight or whatever, it's like, now I'm all for, let's have a good discussion about something. But if it's got to come to blows and be mad and goddamn, you don't know what you're talking about, and if you're going to be like that, then let's just not talk. Let's just, sorry about that. This is an adult content chat. Any information taken here should be viewed as entertainment. I need to put that in there more, a bit about entertainment. Hayden, that's wonderful. Did you say how old you were, Hayden? Or are you just asking me? And if you're in Georgia, where at, Hayden? I missed it. Things go really quick in the chat right down here. So positive vibes. Absolutely. Because, see, that's one of the things, Oh, Hayden's birthday? We need to fight. You're at Fresno. Nah, I couldn't throw a rock that far. Well, thank you, stars. Got to respect the old timers. Your birthday's today, man. I mean it. Happy birthday to you. Squeaks? That's not squawks. No, it's squeaks. I had a dog named Squeaky back when I was growing up. Not the same thing, but but in the universe of things, AI is actually looking for us. Now, a few years ago, I was like, this AI thing and trying to pick on people and stuff, and pick out a few words in a conversation. And I was like, nah, that's just BS, right? Not anymore. So, uh, hey, Matt, how are you doing? Your nickname is Squeaks Cool Beans. Hunter Wilson, I need some advice. Okay, what is it? Hayden never did tell me where in Georgia he was from. It's beautiful right now. It's in the 70s during the daytime. Can somebody please help me? I smoked some crystal earlier and now it's so hard I can't because there's clove. Call sign, how are you? And hi back at you, Hawkeye. Hawkeye Katniss. Emergency room. Yeah. Have you ever listened to New Grass Revival? Hell, I don't know. I used to be a DJ. I've played gospel music on an AM station. I do play instruments. I played rock and roll. I played country music. I played easy listening, like orchestra type of, Bach and Brahms and Beethoven and that kind of thing. So I've listened to a lot of music over the years. I mean, like Nitty Gritty Dirt Band and stuff like that. Have I ever caught a trout? Yes, actually. And I caught it on the Buffalo River in Arkansas. Yeah, Hunter, you should actually, if you're having that much trouble, you should actually call 911. Yep. So in this world of stuff, I mean, if you believe in Jesus, if you believe in the Christ consciousness, which I do, I many years ago I prostrated myself on the ground and dedicated my life as a warrior for Christ, and I still am that. Okay, but I am not a Bible thumper. I have used the Bible over the years, but there are so many different versions of the Bible. So I am a New Testament person. If Jesus, have you ever caught tiger muskie? No. And hi, stripper, how you doing? Don't know what that is, but I have dedicated my life to the Christ consciousness, and I do feel that way. And in that, when Christ walked, he went his way, and it was always peace be unto you, my brothers and sisters. And how better a way to reach people than to just say, peace be to you? You know, you can say, love and this and kindness and all that. That's great too. But simply without getting religious, when you say peace be to you, thank you, Hayden, and I'm praying for y'all. God gives his toughest battles to his strongest warriors. We're all badasses here. Yep, I think so. I have survived a lot. There are some things that I really wish I could fix that happened 50 years ago. But there's nothing you could do. Wait, did I just what? Who said that? Did you just survive The Walking Dead? Sort of. Yep, I absolutely did. Um, I was down on the river and I slipped in the mud with my 17-foot canoe. It was really low. I was pulling the canoe over a log and slipped. The rope broke and I landed on a log back on my back like this, and I couldn't move. And I was like, oh shit. And so the high bank where I was at, and especially since the river was so low, and it was in the middle of dog days, which is August and hot, and down here in South Georgia. So me and my little dog, Sasha, we crawled up the bank, and it was so hot in the daytime. It was hot at night too. But all I had was one drink, one power aid thing, green. And I had a couple of little Debbie cakes was all I had, because I was not intending to spend any time on the river. I was just going down to see how the water was and heading back to my truck. And then when I slipped and fell and couldn't move, I clawed my way up the bank and laid there in a scooped out place between two really large palmetto bushes. And as I lay there with my little dog licking on my face, and I was so hot and nothing to fan with, and I couldn't move, and it was, oh Jesus, I'm fixing to die down here. And so I asked the Creator, and I'm laying in Mother Earth, and I'm like, where I was at, and I dug down into the dirt because the dirt was cooler than the outside air. Thank you. Good night. Happy birthday to you. Yeah, and many more, buddy. Deer's on your dam? Well, then that makes them damn deer, huh? Oh my God. When did this? Oh, about 10 years ago now. It was around 2013. That would be 10 years ago, right? Well, anyway, as I was scooped down in between these palmetto bushes, I closed my eyes and I could see myself in my third eye, my spirit being taken across the swamp, and on either shoulder was a spirit, and they were different colored white than me, which was weird to say. What is my favorite car? I got a Toyota that I absolutely love. It'll go 150. But anyway, but so the spirits that took me off into my spirit off into the woods, they said, don't worry about it. Close your eyes and rest. So best thing to do in bad situations sometimes is to hibernate and sleep, which is exactly what I did. So I got down in the sand and I allowed myself to be a part of Mother Earth, literally, being covered with sand and palmetto fronds and but being escorted out of my body by these two spirits. I was like, now this is just weird. So from that point, 10 years ago, is when my shaman journey really started getting intense because it was shown things. I went through death, was resurrected 3 days later. Uh, and, so for other people, they say, well, Dave, that just sounds like, a bullshit story. Okay. It is what happened. It is what I have experienced. And so whether anybody believes me or not, okie doke, but I can take you down the river and show you where it happened. you know, I could tell you that. Uh, the Ganja shaman. Oh, hey, buddy. My cat is pregnant. Oh, no. But in this, for new folk, there's a lot of things that I have been through, and because of those incidents, I have seen spirits, and oh, it's 20 after. I've been waiting on this. Oh, thank you, Katniss. Witch Moon, how are you? I thought I saw your name go by. Well, here's something that I want to bring up in this. So obviously, I said something because I got hey, Gene, how are you? Crabzilla? How you doing, Alexander? The only man I worship with long hair, a beard, and healing powers is Willie Nelson. Oh yeah, there are people who say I look like Willie Nelson, and when I play the guitar and there are certain songs, they even say that I sound like him, and I'm like, in the twilight of the evening, blue eyes crying in the rain. A reaper shouldn't be grim. That's absolutely correct. When the roll is called up yonder, we'll go walking hand in hand to the land that holds no heartaches, blue eyes crying in the rain. Mums, what? Hello, cruel world. Yeah. Do I remember Roy Clark? Absolutely. Uh, you know, one of the first times I actually heard Ghost Riders in the Sky was Roy Clark on Hee Haw. You know, oh, I don't try to be Willie. You forgot the cat treats. Why would I question your name? Somebody else might, but I'm not. How to pronounce it? We don't do that sort of thing here, mums. Really? And if somebody does, we kind of sort of frown on that, you know. I mean, all you got to do is look at my face. There ain't no such, talking about stuff. So, but let me go back to, I'll quit reading some of the stuff in the chat for a minute to stay on track what I wanted to say. And that is, I can see, like when we were in school, I can see that, because AI and them folks that are watching and listening, hi y'all, you know, um, that in school, if you wanted to, you had to pass notes and things. Back in the day, we learned Pig Latin, you know. Hey, Stuart, glad you're back. Yeah, Willie Whalen and the boys. Do you remember Red Hair Amelia? Way back in the day, yep. Pig Latin. Um, and some some of the rivers down here sound like they're Pig Latin. Justin, try what? You seek for the Messiah yet? Oh, absolutely. I've had chats. Yep. I am a warrior for Christ. Absolutely. Have made my pledge years ago and really made another pledge about 2013, just about 10 years ago, coming up on an anniversary. But so, I pledge my allegiance, to the Christ consciousness and to the angels and to the Christus group that's here, helping to, keep humankind, how he brings us out of the world and shows us the lies. Yeah. Pretty much everything that is said in mainstream news today is a dang lie. A friend of mine was like, "Did you hear what was on The View?" And I said, "I can't listen to them folk." I mean, the hatred that they spew and the lies, just downright made up shit, and we're supposed to respect these women and how they, what? No, 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 sorry. So we have to be careful. And there are folks, way back when I listened to The View and Fisher Cross, how are you? Took me 44 years to accept my new power. Fisher Cross, Dad. Who's dad? um, but in the grand scheme of things, we're going to have to come up with some codes. And I don't know, maybe we write them down on paper. And so, instead of saying who and spelling out the different, letters, I mean, them folks that came from Davos, Davos, them folks, and the WE and them kind of guys, uh, you know, they're planning on our demise, the Agenda 2030. They still got that on the books, and I have not forgotten. And there are a lot of other folks who are like, well, Agenda 2030. No, you're not listening. They want the population to drop. And I told my buddy today, I said, listen to me. I said, I'm 71 years old. I retired at 62, right? So I'm 71 now. So for the last 9 years, I have basically not contributed much to the universe. Okay. I haven't really produced anything. I haven't worked for a corporation. I haven't done any engineering on a large scale. I haven't saved corporations millions of dollars and so forth, which is what I used to do in helping to figure out problems with machines. So that's not going on anymore. So I'm basically a useless eater. Now, I earned the right to be a useless eater at this age. Robloxin, is that what it is? Yeah, hi, how you doing? Good to see you. Welcome. So at my age, and my aunt is 87, right? Now she worked all her life till she was 65, worked hard, did the 9 to 5 thing, and she earned her right to be 87. But she is basically a useless eater, you know. Now she buys things and she goes to the grocery store and has bought new cars over the years, and so she's helped to encourage the economy, even though she's 87 years old. But to the folks who are looking at the grand scheme of things, okay, they don't want us old fogies around, even though some of these old fogies are older than us. But it's they're just useless eaters. They're a strain on a system. Well, wait a minute. I earned the freaking right to be retired. I worked all my life. And I don't get a lot of money at each month, but it's Kay Gidley. Well, thank you very much. Daniel Berry, give me your honest opinion on Joe Biden. I don't see how they prop the man up and shove him out on stage. I just, behold the nail, but you touch people lives, and this is a cool place to chill out. See, thank you. That's my job. When I was visited by the spirits, they said, you got to do this. I mean, Mother Mary appeared here at my house and she said, you got to do this. And for those of you who are near here, I had a vision when I was about 11 years old, when I was growing up in Tampa. And Mother Mary appeared to me and she said, I'm going to come to you when you're older. And I'm going to ask you to do some things. And there are people who are going to call you a heretic. They're going to call you all kinds of names and stuff. And I was like, holy crap. Because I was an altar boy and I was seriously considering going into the priesthood. And I found out through my lifetime, especially when the priest, pretty much raped me, a couple of them. So not at the same time, but so when you feel spiritual, but it doesn't have, I've learned that my spiritualness has nothing to do with the religion. You don't know what I mean? It's the Father's name, brother. What? Be nice, Scotty. Biden picked his nose and was, oh, Biden's been sniffing little girls. I think the man should be put in a cage. Okay. Can you just say, hey, Grant, how you doing? Your confusion is understanding that there is a devil that mocks. Hey, monkey, how you doing? My idea of the devil has changed over the years. And there are folks who use the Bible to discuss the devil. And I think the devil comes in many shapes and sizes. Okay. And I think that God was the devil when he mistreated Job, for example. I think that was totally I don't want that God. That's not I'm not praying to that guy, God, that did that to Job to see whether or not he was going to be faithful. What do we do about the fact our president doesn't run anything in the country? We try to get it back. The goat. When did you start hating on Donald Trump? Me? I don't hate Donald Trump. I voted for him the last time. You know, I voted for him the first time and the second time. You know, no, I'm not homeless. I live in uh, a passive solar house that I designed. The God of the world that now came after Yeshua. Respect is simple. We all voted for Trump. It doesn't matter though. Yeah, because I live in the state of Georgia, and that was one of the states where they're trying to drag this out and stuff. And when you looked at the videotape and you saw what they were doing in the state of Georgia, in Fulton County, it's like they rigged it. They rigged it big time. And there are those of us here in Georgia who are not happy about it because most of the state voted for him. And then Fulton County pulled in a couple of boxes at the last minute and pushed it over. What I know, you look like Santa. You know what? If you got hard iron church, what do I think about Israel? Having had many Jewish friends over the years and having paid attention to this for a long time, I consider Israel, they need to quit being so mean. Maria, how are you? I can't read the Spanish. Asthma is thank you, Kay. What do you think about what? Hang on, it's going by too fast. What do I think about the US's liberty? I can't remember it. Okay. Now, my granddaughter was in the Navy, and my brother was in the Navy. My pops was in the Navy. I've had other family members and folks that were in the Navy. So I'm not a Navy person, but I'm Navy oriented, if you know what I mean, versus airplanes. Now, I liked airplanes where everybody else was into the boats, and but I never got to fly. Look up USS Liberty. It was a ship that was sunk. Yeah, okay, when? You're retired Navy. My brother is, my pops was, my granddaughter was. I broke my leg playing football in '64, and that took me out of anything military. I could barely walk. So sad to see. But so I respect the armed services. I was going to join the Marines. I was that gung ho. I figured that, you know, because I could hide really good in the swamp and I lived in, Florida at the time, that I could do real good in Vietnam. I wasn't a city boy per se, was always down in the woods. He eats everything that's potato. He's a spud man, huh? Now my pops was a cook in the Navy, you know, and so he made some really interesting meals. uh, growing up, you know. But later on in life, he ran the cookhouse on the carnival, and Pops and I would run the grill together. You know, we had a good time doing that. I miss Pops, but that's been 1999 when he passed away. So, does what? So, but salute to all the armed forces. Now, I think it's criminal, absolutely criminal, what our politicians do to force the Navy or the Air Force or whoever. Why are we bombing Syria? Why are we over there? Why are our people in jeopardy? Let somebody else do it. Bring our folks home. Now, my brother was in the Mediterranean on a fast frigate, the Elmer Montgomery, and they traveled all around the Mediterranean. He was actually over there with the Vincennes when they shot down that plane back in I think it was the Suez. It was one of the canals over there, and they were being attacked by basically PT boats from the shore, and then there was that airplane back in the 80s, I think. God, yeah, I'm hard to, but anyway, it was an airliner, and they were running cover for the Vincennes, which sent a rocket and blew it out of the sky. But yeah, so and I've known folks who were in the Marines who have been undercover. I've known friends of mine who were Army Rangers in Afghanistan. One friend of mine, a lovely black man, just 6'6", it just built like a brick shithouse. I mean, just oh my God, muscles, just and a nice guy, and he was a sniper of all things. But so I've known folks that have been in the military, very good friends of mine, and we've had conversations. Yeah, and Stuart, that's exactly it. Peace be to all y'all, to everybody. Know who you truly fell in love with. I have fallen truly in love with several women, but didn't do any good. What's your theory on the DB Cooper hijacking? There's a part of me that says he might still be hanging from a tree somewhere in the forest out there where he jumped. Because a lot of trees, and if his parachute got hung up in one of them trees and he couldn't get down and he was way up in one of them Douglas firs, he'd still be hanging up there to this day. Damien, can you get a shout out? Damien Richardson. Yep. I like to talk to all y'all. Oh, Olivia's in the house. Hi, Olivia. I missed it. I got a little small screen. So, but I think that we're going to have to come up with some code words. Like folks are talking about the IMF and they're talking about the WE this and the WHO, you know. And I think we should rename some of these folks and let the AI figure out what the fudge we're talking about. Is anyone here homophobic? Not that I know of. Does it really, or is it just what you even have convinced yourself of your own lies? Are you talking to me? Be nice, Scotty boy. I'll take your wrench away in a heartbeat. Be nice. How long have I been part of the Klan? I was never a part of the Klan. Never, ever. I knew black people down here that I stood with in the South that back in the 60s and early 70s, and even later than that, they shunned me. They said, "Oh, look at that tree hugging hippie boy," and I'm hanging around with black folk, and they're like, "Nah, no, no, we don't do that sort of thing." And I have been to many parties with my black friends where I was the only white person there. I mean, big parties. I mean, cookouts and yummy food. I used to go around and do puppet shows and storytelling. And me and my friend Serge, we went down to a farm down in across the line in Florida and did a day of puppet shows and stuff. And we had popcorn and cotton candy and things and for this family reunion. And we just had a wonderful time. And they loved us, just two white guys and on a farm with a bunch with uh, a bunch of black folks, you know. But it didn't. It's never mattered to me. And no matter where I have been, even in some strange situations, they'll talk to me where they won't talk to other folks. And maybe it's my energy, maybe it's that I don't look at them in some kind of, oh, you're black and I hate you, and I'm white and I'm better than you. I've never looked at that way. And having grown up on the edge of, actually, I guess we were sort of on the edge of Ybor City down in Tampa, where my granny owned a little store and we worked there. And literally across the street was the line where the black folk lived. And on this side of the street was where all the white neighborhood was. And it's sort of still that way now, but the black population is moved uh, further north on 22nd Street. But it didn't matter. It didn't matter to me when I was a little kid, and growing up, it didn't matter. One of my best friends growing up at Tampa Catholic is a black gentleman. Um, I got a little too crazy for him and some other people too, but we haven't talked in a long time. But it would be nice. But you know, yeah, but he came to Georgia when people were like, "Who's that? Who's that guy over there?" He got off the bus in Pearland, Georgia, and they were like, "Who's that guy?" And I goes, "That's my friend." "No, your friend? Where is he going to stay?" I said, "Well, he's going to stay at my house out there in the country." "Well, you better keep him there." And I was like, "What? We don't allow niggers in Berlin after dark." Now, if you think I'm joking, they used to have a sign at every street leading into Berlin, Georgia. Now, I was nice. I said Negras. They use the Nigger word. Do not find yourself after dark in Berlin, Georgia. And at the bar, which was right on the city limits, one side of the bar served to the blacks, and one side of the bar had a pool table and served the whites. And they had to come around the window, but they got served, but they had to be on the other side of the room. There was I think there was a door between, like a barn door, not a barn door, Dutch thing top anyway. But yeah, so I have grown up down here in the South, and that was in the 60s and 70s, and sort of carried over a little bit into the 80s. Some of them old timers out there, they don't belong. They won't put a cross on your property, but uh, they might shoot you if you trespass. You know, but folks get along. I mean, it's amazing how much it's changed since I've lived here these last 50 years, and that we're I thought this was one of the hardest places that would ever get rid of racism. And there are folks who, they've got relatives now that it's interracial. They got a cousin who married a black guy, or now if a black person marries into the whites, it ain't the same. They don't take that white baby home. They don't do it. They don't take that white baby home unless it's tan. If it's a mulatto child and it's sort of tan and they can get away with it, then they'll take it into the black community. But if that child is more white than black and in an interracial marriage, the blacks won't accept them. It's like, no, don't take that, don't bring that hunky over here. But if he's tan colored just right, they're like, I'll bring that child on in here, let granny, kiss and hug on him. Shabbat shalom, shalom. Do you want to have a girlfriend or wife right now? Yes or no? It depends on the person. I thought I would have a special person by this time, sitting on the porch and watching the sun go down and, having coffee and, and just being. But I, I I tried looking, but now that ain't to say that I ain't going to brush up with somebody. But I'm not seeking anyone, if that makes any sense. But if I run across somebody that works for me, I'm open. You know, Florida, I have a alligator question. Are they really all over the place? In certain areas, yeah, they are all over the place. When I went back down to Tampa, it's been 4 or 5 years now. Took my kayaks and got on the Hillsborough River. And right down where I put the kayak into the Hillsborough River at Hillsborough River State Park was about a 10-foot gator, 8 to 10 foot gator, just laying on the bank. And I was like, holy shit, they're not even scared of people here. But I remember growing up and going to Hillsborough River State Park, and the alligators would, used to be able to swim in the river. And there was on this side of the river, they had a beach area. And then across the river was a beach area. And then there was a swinging bridge that was just at the end of the two beaches. It's not like that anymore. But there used to be somebody that would sit up there and go, alligator, and everybody would leave the water, and the alligators would swim by, and they'd go south, and sometimes it'd be one, and sometimes it'd be two, and there was a pair of them, and then alligator, and a couple hours later, the alligators would swim back up the river. So now it's different here in South Georgia. And I say that in that we've got gators too, but one section of the Ochlockonee River I went down, the gator, he stays off in the distance. He'll come up and you can see his nose and the top of his head, and you can see his tail do this number. But he'll stay, 50 feet away. And if you start getting any closer, he'll duck under and come up someplace else. And if you're in his territory, like in this really wide section of the river, when you go by, he'll duck under, and they're like, well, where'd the gator go? And I'll turn around and look, and he'll be underneath. But I was down on a section of the river that nobody goes down because it's difficult to get down. And I went around this one curve, and all of a sudden, I mean, you're sitting on a kayak, you're on the river, so you don't see very far ahead, right? And I came around this curve, lots of sand on this one side, kind of high, and on the left hand side, as I was going south, nice, shallow slope. And there was this big old ass gator about 8.5, 9 feet long. And looked at me and was scared, flipped his tail, and hit the water. And the water was so shallow, I was having to push my way through in sections in a kayak, which is, I can go through water this deep, right? So where that alligator went, I don't know. But I kept going, down the river because I wanted to see what was up there. I was on a I was on a I was on a quest. And I don't know where that alligator went, and water through that area was really shallow because it was that time of year and so forth. But um, did didn't see another alligator. So there are alligators in the swamps down here, not as plentiful as they used to be. The wildlife has changed drastically around here. Abigail, stop this witchcraft. I don't do witchcraft, honey. I tried it years ago and saw a demon and said, oops, this ain't for me. Nope, we don't do witchcraft here. No, I'll do a prayer or a ceremony and do a drum, but we don't do witchcraft here. I don't. Now, there might be some things that I do because I'm Native American that might seem a little Wiccan, perhaps, but now, Abigail, do you mean stop the witchcraft? Do you mean in the world? Because there's a lot of witchcraft that's going on in the world. There are a lot of folks putting spells and doing hickeys and that evil hickey kind of stuff. Do you have what? No, we don't have Nutra thingies over here like in Louisiana. No, we don't. Now I got a shitload of mice in my house, and there are rats, but nope, we don't have them things here. Um, my backyard is technically a swamp, but it hasn't rained consistently for it to be a swamp. So it's been a dry swamp. Now we got 2 inches of rain the other day, and the backyard is sloshy, but it's not up. There are places back there, and my neighbor, Miss Sheila and Mr. Ricky, um, there's the creek that literally runs under the road, runs through their property, right literally by their little cabin house down there, and then cuts and then onto my property, and then enters the Little Ochlockonee River, dead in between the north and south of my property lines. And so, but it only runs when the water's up, and there's, at one time when we got normal rainfall, the creek ran all the time. There was even little fishies in it that would swim upstream and things, and they would literally come down from up on the hill. Which way is that? Southeast of me. And, when the floods would come, these little fishies would come out of the ponds that are uphill from us and end up coming down this little creek and, end up in my backyard, literally, so drop some wind. Hey, Chucklehead, what you doing? Be nice to the universe and be at peace. There's my wisdom. When you're down on the river, for me, that it's just peaceable. And for any of you who might have heard about Siddhartha, there's a story about Siddhartha and how he traveled around and how he was searching for spiritualness and so forth. Um, and Siddhartha, he tried women and he tried big business and he tried being rich and he tried all these things. And he looked around one day and said, "This ain't working." And he just literally walked away from it all. And in his wanderings, he came to a river, and there was a ferryman, a guy that ferries people back and forth across the river, right? And so he was on the boat with these other folks. Bye, Stuart. Be safe. And so he went across the river on the raft with the other folks, and he noticed the ferryman. There was something about the ferryman that he was quiet, reserved, and there was just something about him. And so there was a countenance, if you will, his aura. And so Siddhartha was like, "Oh, that's right, Olivia. Bye, sleep well. Oh, or good morning." I forget where y'all are at. I get it confused sometimes. But so Siddhartha, he was searching for truth and harmony and stuff. And he saw this man working hard, toiling to bring people back and forth across the river. And Siddhartha asked him, he said, you know, "Can I be your apprentice?" And the old man was like, "What?" And he goes, "Well, I would love to, peace, love, and light to y'all. Little B, love my new soul family here. Um, Thank you. And I'm glad you're around. Honest to God. Maybe I'll sleep like, yeah, you too. He's not what? On Conor McGregor. What? I'm not, I'm supposed to know who Conor McGregor is. English actor? No, because he is good, respectable. No harm to show respect back. So anyway, Siddhartha, he's on the working with the ferryman, and the ferryman is, "What are you doing beside the river here?" And the riverman was like, the ferryman was like, he said, "I've learned things from the river over the years." He said that I learned when I was walking around, I was never at peace with myself. And he said, when I bring people across the river and I come back home, he said, I feel like I have worked with the river. And the river is life. The river, when it flows past us, it brings in new things from upstream, and downstream, it takes away all of the old things. And so there is a ceremony that I have done that involves the river, and it's true. So you offer upstream some cornmeal. Shout out Mike Hawk. Hi, Mike Hawk. What do you think about Vladimir Putin? I think he's better than folks say. He's a Libra. He's about my age, believe it or not. I think he has tried to bring a decent Russia back, is my humble opinion. I have watched RT. I didn't watch other people talk about Putin. I watched and listened to Putin. Now I had to listen, to interpreters, but hopefully they were telling me the truth. And I've listened to several things, and I think he's he's a whole lot better than Biden. You know, if I had a choice, if somebody said, would you rather have Putin or Biden? Putin. Now it might be different, but as far as we have issues here in America, like YouTube canceling me for a week because I said something that pissed off the AI. What? I'm living in America where I can talk about anything, and Nope, apparently not. Somehow got him with that shout out. Who, Dark Death? Playlist, grow up. But so anyway, I think all men and I say that all human beings sometimes have to make tough decisions where situations come up that other folks are going to go, that just wasn't right. Yeah, well, we had to do something about this. Yeah, but it wasn't right. Somebody's not going to like what you did, so, and there are folks here that, portray, you know, uh, Marjorie Taylor Greene, which is a representative from Georgia. And, you go, girl. And she, she's the one that, showed Hunter Biden getting a blowjob, in Congress that day, and so all of the, all of the, all of Congress knows who, Marjorie Taylor Greene is, but she's going to shock them. She's telling them, listen, y'all need to pay attention to this stuff. Here it is. Here's a big poster, pay attention to what these folks are doing and how they're taking us all for a ride. So, but I think that there are times, I didn't go out and try to kill people or start fights, but I've done a couple of things in my lifetime I absolutely regret. Was just didn't treat folks right, some mental anguish kind of thing. I was angry all the time as a young man. Did I see the tapes of Mike Hunt in Congress? No, where is he from? Playlist. I don't know if I recognized you. Titan V. Hi, how you doing? Control is a destructive desire. Absolutely. Absolutely. And the fact that, the AI is already controlling what little bit I say. What? Oh, I gave bad advice, bad medical advice. What? You know, because I can't have it because been allergic to it for 20 years now. Them things that you get once a year, supposedly, I can't do it. So, but I can't use those words because Al is watching AI. Canova, how are you? No genuine comments. Tori, loss of control isn't that great. Yeah, and I have lost control, Tori. And good to see you all. I was a severe manic depressive. Just back in the day, I was not very nice, you know, um, and just crazy all the time, angry with people. Didn't start fights, but I was just angry. Well, I was talking about Siddhartha, and we was talking about being respectful. Nope, I tried crack years ago, and nah. Hey, Tori. Yeah, it was really tough. I mean, they literally threw me in. They Baker acted me for 3 days and put me in Southwestern, which is closed now. except for extremely, extremely ill patients. Desire to control others and not having self is still struggling myself. Narcissist, single mother didn't help. Yeah, I know what you mean about that. Not that I had one, but I've known some folks who are like that. But you know, so um, I I was adopted out as soon as I was born, and I was in 6 foster homes in the first 3 years of my life, and then I was adopted by my uncle. Thank you, Arnie, for adopting me and keeping me in the family. And so, hey, Bryson, how you doing? So, you know, personal issues. You know, I've seen a lot of people and talked with folks, and you know, for me, being bounced around, and you know, my sister and I were the same mother but different fathers. We were both adopted by my uncle, and I mean, you know, that's really weird. And then we've got, you know, 7 other brothers and sisters, you know, that we just met a couple of years ago. So, you know, life is weird for some folks. Not everybody has such a colorful life. Like I grew up on a carnival kind of thing, could tear down and set up almost any carny ride by the time I was 15, you know, because they started working, setting up and tearing rides at the age of 13, you know. Have I had any scary encounters? Yes. Too many. Yes. The answer is yes. No, and do you have anything like in particular? Like when I was working on the carnival, there was a time when I almost got electrocuted working on top of the merry-go-round. Uh, my arm hit my arm hit the commentator that goes around the top of the pole, and we were taking the canvas off one night about 1 o'clock in the morning, and the dew had fallen on all of the pieces, and I slipped and fell, and on one of the beams, I grabbed a steel um, um, the steel brace that holds up the top of the merry-go-round, and I landed on my arm, hit the commentator, which is 2 sets of 110, which equals 220, and it threw me off the top of the merry-go-round. Literally threw me off the top of this thing and over the fence and into the field. And I was laying there just going, yeah, that was fun, you know. Yeah, I've been married too many times before. Hey, Kayla, how are you? So I've had spiritual encounters when I lived in this one house. Hey, Stan, but this one house that I lived in near Berlin, Georgia, was haunted, and people wouldn't stay in the house, and they rented it to me for $55 a month. It was freaking beautiful. And but I'd sit on the porch at night and watch the sun go down, and there were 2 old rocking chairs and painted orange, as I remember, and sitting on the rocking chairs and drinking a beer and smoking a doobie, you know. And I'd look over there and I'd see the rocking chair rocking right along with me. And I go, I don't know who you are, but ain't it a pretty sunset, you know? And so there was a um, pale person just stood to the side, and I don't know who or what that was. What? Yeah, I don't, you know, you can say, hey, you, it's okay, but as long as you're respectful. But anyway, so this ghost that was around the house, there was a small room on the front that was built off the front of the house, and there was an entrance from the porch, and then there was a doorway into the rest of the house from this room. And the folks in the old days, that room was in case somebody on the road needed a place to stay, that they could walk up and walk right into that room and spend the night if they needed to. And it was just big enough for a bed and had a little side table thingy, and it was just big enough. So, but back in those days with horse and buggies and stuff, and, so, but if you could lock the door, and there was old skeleton keys, you could lock the door to the house and it would stay locked. But if you locked the door to the porch, the ghost would come around and unlock it. There were two other doors that went out onto the porch. Those stayed locked. But the door to the little room, if you locked it, it would, my second wife bitched at me up one side, down the other. She goes, "You keep going around and unlocking the door." And I said, "No, sorry." I said, it's the ghost. She goes, "Well, I don't believe it, that shit." And I, "Well, go lock it. You got the only key. I don't have a key. Don't need one." And a couple hours later, she came back. It was unlocked. The door to the house was still locked, but the door to the porch was unlocked. She said, "You've been fucking with the door knob. You did." And I said, "You've got the only keys. I gave them to you. I can't unlock it. I don't have a way to do it." She'd lock it again, and I'd go in with her and stay with her for the next 2 hours, cook supper or whatever, go back out with her so she knew I was with her the whole time, and say, "See, it's unlocked." I could not have done it. So good night, Tori. I believe in ghosts. Oh, I absolutely was. So, but the rest of this story is years later. I'm on another wife now. It's late at night. I'm basically in my skivvies, right? Me and the wife had just gone to bed, had a wood stove in the house, and there's something is shaking my foot. And I looked down at the end of the bed, and there was a man standing with a railroad cap on with the stripes. He had bib overalls on like the railroad engineers. He had a watch pocket. He had on a red flannel shirt, and he was, "David, David, wake up." And I was like, "What?" And I sat up. He goes, "David, the house is on fire. Get out." And I was like, "What the hell? Who are you?" And I turned to wake up my wife, and I turned back around just that quick. He was gone. I jumped out of bed, went to the next room, and the whole ceiling was a bright orange red. I got out of the house, no shoes, no nothing. We got out of the house. It burned. They could see the house burning for miles. Please don't say something bad happens. No, we got out. I found out later on that I went down to he would have been the great grandson, and we were looking. I said, "I don't know who this guy is that came into our house." Yeah, I have heard of the Jersey Devil. Yep. So I went down to Phil's house to spend the night with. It was like 2 a.m. now, and oh, thank you, Katniss, and I still got some. So he said, "Well, who you're describing?" He just handed me this old family album with pictures, and he said, "Look through here and see if you see anybody." Now, he has not told me yet. And I've lived in his house now for years now. And me and Phil were in cahoots and bought and sold cocaine and weed and stuff together, right? Just so it wasn't like, but he had never told me that the reason nobody else could live in the house was because the house is haunted. Now, it didn't matter to me. Nope, only halfway there. I'm 71, Joseph. So, but anyway, so I'm opened up this family album and I'm flipping through the pictures, and he goes, "Here, go through this older section." I'm like, okay. And I'm flipping through and I flip it over, and there the guy is. I said, "That's him right there." And I said, "So who is he?" He said, "That would be my great grandfather who built this house with his brothers, who lived and died in this house, whose ghost has been here in this house. And you're the only one who's been able to live in the house. That's why the rent is so cheap. Nobody could stay in the house for more than a couple of months. Couple of weeks, they were like out of there. You've lived there for 4 years and never complained about the ghosts." Hey, Kayla. Yeah, don't be rude. 420. Thank you. Hi, Tokyo. How are you? Yep, on the nose. Salute and happy days. So every year around Thanksgiving, when this incident happened, I always thank old Mr. Croft for waking me up and saving us, because we were sound asleep. And that the house had 10-foot ceilings and was made out of heart pine. When this thing lit up, the volunteer fire department came out and they tried spraying water on it. They couldn't even get close to the house. It was burning so hot. So, why? What's Joseph doing? So, but do I believe in ghosts? Absolutely. Have I seen some other specters and spectral things over my years? Yes. Do I, I have taken pictures of orbs over the years. Hey, Decans. Yeah, here's a 20. Yeah, we're off 3 minutes. We could smoke again. A big ganja joint right now. Cheers. Cheers right back at you. I got me stuffed my little corn cob. It's not corn cob. It's actually a nice smoker little thing here. So one of the things, for me, and in talking with other people, the hey Jay, how are you? Thank you. Whiskey River, don't run dry. You're all I got to take care of me. Yeah, blessings to everyone. How are you, Caleb? Stan, do you know the recipe for crystal meth? Nope, don't want to neither. We got a hold of some pharmaceutical one time. We were cutting it in half, and the folks we were selling it to, who bought it from us, were cutting it in half, and them people were ODing. They were freaking out. And me and my buddy, who showed me the picture of his great grandfather, we were snorting this shit straight out of the bag. Just, it was wild. But that's what I got busted for in Florida and spent a year for. And I have done some things in my lifetime, but that's straight methyl deoxyamphetamine. It was the cleanest stuff. Oh man, whoo-wee. I've had a lot of cocaine and stuff over the years, and some good blow. But that methyl deoxy that I got busted with. I'm sorry. I spent a year in jail because I had it, but oh my God, it was so good. Once I was camping with my cousin and brother, and I was the last one about to go. There was a loud scream, and it sounded like it was right outside the tent. So, I've traveled between Florida and South Georgia with big bags of weed and just stuff over the years. You subscribe. Thank you, TV man. Emily, how are you? But so anyway, yeah, I'm an old hippie, and as living on sponge cake, watching the sun bake, all of them tourists covered in oil. Jimmy Buffett, in one of his songs of that he's a pirate, and that he's done a bunch of stuff over the years when he was a younger man. I'm like, yeah. From folks that I knew in Tampa, I knew where I had the house that I lived in at one time for 3 years was right beside a mushroom field. And so I collected mushrooms and dried them and traded it out for weed from Tampa. Because I'm living up here in Georgia, I still knew a bunch of people in Tampa. So I went down, visited relatives and stuff. But when I'd go, I would take stuff to trade, and pick up some oranges if it was that time of year. You've subscribed 50 times? LeBron James. Daydream Jones, is that how it goes? You got any crazy tripping stories? Oh God. Oh man, do I have some crazy tripping stories? Yeah, buddy. I was doing something back in the 80s that folks are just doing now. And they call it dosing. And at one time, I bought sheets of blotter acid. They were Mickey Mouse, 50 at a time. So I'd had, 2 sheets in my wallet, 100. At one time, I had 200 hits of acid on me at one time. Just carrying it around normal every day. How you doing? Yeah, you want to hit acid? No. You got some? Yeah. Really? How much? A fiver? Okay. And pull out my wallet, tear it off, and do the thing, and they'd do the dose, and off we'd go. But for a couple of months while I was in this LSD phase, I didn't come down for weeks. Because I would tear off a corner, I'd tear off a half, and then I'd go, budget, and I'd take the whole hit, and then, I was at work when I was doing this stuff, doing high precision grinding, talking to my grinding machine, and I could do precision grinding, where I would, if any of you know anything about metrology, metrology is where they measure stuff. Hey, Geraldine, how are you? And so the things that you measure with have to be exact. It can't be a little high or a little low. It's got to be right on the money, because that's what you check everything else with. Well, there were other people who could not do it, but I was the guy that they brought stuff to. Now, it sounds like I'm bragging, and I am. But none of them knew that I was flipping high on LSD. and that I was literally talking to my machine, and that I could get it because I could hear it. I could listen. I put my hands on it and I'd touch the wheel because, you had to let it spark out and you had to. So I'd learned these little techniques, and the other grinders and machinists in the place, they couldn't touch what I could do. They weren't tripping on LSD, you know. And I look back on it, I was like, man, shoot. Um, yeah, hey Megs, how you doing? But so I did a lot of tripping. I did a lot of mushrooms. The doctors asked me one time, I said, You're not gonna believe this. And they go, what? How many times have you tripped? I've never tried DMT. Um, and I said, honestly, they were like, yeah. And I said, well, I used to eat mushrooms every weekend. When weekend come, we'd barbecue outside here. We'd go literally tripping through the cow fields. We'd get some mushrooms, come home and spend the rest of the weekend eating, chicken and tripping and, playing music and stuff, And so it's like, well, for about a year, you know, every weekend. So there's 52 weeks in a year. So, and we would do, Friday night, Saturday, Sunday. So, there's 3 times tripping. You didn't really come down till Monday. Um, so, well, there's 3, 6, 9 times 52. Well, that's a lot of tripping. And that's only with mushrooms. That ain't counting the years I spent with the acid and the LSD. So it's like, so I went through phases with the psychedelics. So I was like, I counted up, I used to have 200 hits of acid in my back pocket. So I was like, well, let me count up. And I used to do, well, that would be about 100 of the blotter that I took during my dosing period, because it was like $75 for 100 hits of acid. Why not buy them, right? So, but so I was like, well, I know I ate at least 100 hits of acid myself, because over that one period I sold about 500 hits of acid, and out of that I just kept nibbling and eating and chewing and what the fudge, right? And I had a friend of mine, we were doing the same thing, right? Um, who does control us? And nobody controls me really, except the folks that, if I don't get my social security check. But um, Kevin, here, let me come off of the LSD thing now. But this is something that I learned while tripping. You can see all this other stuff going on, like we observe in our natural world. When uh, Tucker Carlson went over to, and I have not seen the interview, but when Tucker went over to interview Putin, folks over here are going freaking nuts. He doesn't have the right to do that. Well, why not? He's an independent journalist. I'd love to talk to Putin myself. I'm not a reporter or anything, but I'd love to talk to him. You know, I'd love to hear his views on some things, and just have a honest to God, sit down and have a chat. What's wrong with that? What? You're a Rusky, Dave. No, I'm not. I would just like to have a conversation with him, man. He seems to be intelligent. And I'd like to know for myself. You know, there are not very many people in our government that I would like to have a chat with. Robert Kennedy Jr. thingy. I would like to have a chat with him. You know, there's a couple. There are a couple of other people that would be interesting, but most folks in Congress, I wouldn't want to talk to them. You know, I'm pissed at our governor here in the state of Georgia for not standing up. As a Republican, he's still letting that shit slide with what's going on in Fulton County, and he had to stand up and grow a couple of cojones. You know, But he was out there in Texas and stood up for the border being strong, so, good on you for that. Megs, can you tell us a joke? At the moment, I can't think of anything. What's going on in Polk? I'm in Riverview. I had friends of mine that just moved out of Riverview. I have got another friend of mine that lives south of Riverview from where you're at, closer to Sarasota. Closer to Sarasota. Did some old head say if you take too much acid, you'll see in fractals? Can this actually happen? Now, Dee, here's the thing. If you're new to the channel, I did a video on this drug right here. It's called ranolazine. It's for my heart. I found out that folks who take this, oh no, I got to take my meds too, by the way. Katniss, remind me, okay? But I'm taking these are 1,000 milligram tablets, and I was tripping. And I told my doctor, I said, listen, I ain't gonna lie to you. I don't want to be tripping now. Before I get out of here to take my meds, because it's time for me to take my second dose. And last time I got to yakking and forgot to take them. And but the idea though that there have been times when I thought that I could see stuff out of the corner of my eyes. There have been some times when my brain perceives things that I know is different from other people, because I look at them and I can tell they ain't seeing the same stuff I am. Or and I'm like, before I get off of here to take them, no special time, just before I get out of here. That's all. Right on. What are your thoughts on you? And are you aware of the government attempts? Oh, absolutely, Kevin. I've had my own little incidents with UFOs. Coming home from a friend's house one night, I'm having this conversation with, I think it's an ET, and I'm driving in my truck, and it's about 12:30 at night, and I'm like, if you really exist, I wish you'd come down and just flash your headlights at me, I hear this stuff in my head, and I don't know if it's real, and if this is a real ET up there, flash your headlights, or turn on a blinker or something, right? And I'm having this conversation in my head. Well, actually, I'm talking out loud to myself in the truck. No, my little dog wasn't with me. I was by myself. But so I get this conversation in my head. You would really like to see something? And I'm like, yeah, if you got something I could look at, that'd be really cool. Thank you, Kayla. The same right back at you. Love the hair. Thank you. Yeah, Geraldine. I love Jesus too, Nat. Nat. But so I'm driving along and I go around this. There's not many curves on this road. So I'm towards the end of the road where it crosses over Palmer Road, right? And I'm driving down the road, and Egg and Butter Road, by the way. So driving down Egg and Butter, and I get to this one curve, and you turn to the right, and then you go a little ways, and then it's a curve to the left, and then it's straight till the stop sign, I think it is. So I'm getting to the first curve, and I make the turn, and they were like, well, so look out your window to the right. And I'm like, driving along, and I'm like, look out the window, I can't see. So I'm in my truck and I got to lean forward, and I look up, and holy shit, something has exploded across the sky. There are all these colors, and I mean, I've seen things, I've seen meteors and stuff over the years, right? And I've sky watcher since I was, 7 or 8 years old, and the Cub Scouts and Boy Scouts, And so this thing scattered all the way across the sky. There were greens and blues and reds and yellows and oranges. I have never, and it spread out, man. And they're like, we just blew up one. What do you think of it? What do you think of us now? And I was like, nobody's ever gonna believe me, And they were like, but it wasn't for everybody, it was for you. So I went home, got on the computer. It only took me like 10 minutes to get home. I got on the computer and I went right to report meteors and stuff coming in, right? So I had a little recorder at the time, and I recorded the time and the date, where I was standing, uh, which way the I could see the debris scatter and so forth. Which way did it come from? It came from the south and went north, you know, and approximately, where. So I recorded all this on verbally, right? So I could replay it and write it down. So I got home, went to the meteor place, right, and reported it, filled in all these things. I went back about 2 hours later to check to see if anybody else had seen it. My report wasn't there. So I was like, wonder what the F is up with this. So I filled it out again. Had a recording so I could listen. Filled it out again on the computer to the meteors folk, right? Government. Typed it all in. Nothing. Hey, Lincoln, how you doing? Lincoln, what? Let's see. Emmert. So, good night. Oh, you're welcome, Kitty. It's always good to hang out with you. So I filled out the meteor shower stuff 3 different times in about an 8-hour period, because I fill it out and hit the send button, and then wait a couple hours, and I went back in. Nobody saw or reported what I saw. And if you'd have been outside or driving or something at night, it would have been really difficult for you not to see this thing. It was all over the sky. It lit the place up. And then there was the time where I saw one look like a satellite go overhead, and it got to just overhead, way up high now, and a white spaceship showed up, shot a laser, disappeared, and the orange ball went. Boom. So I have seen some things, and whether y'all believe me or not, it's not that I don't care. It's that I wish I had a picture for some of these events, and the spectral things that I've seen, that I've taken pictures of. One of these days, I'm going to get to where I can share pictures again, because I've got pictures of orbs and spirits and stuff that it's weird, that I've taken these things in various places. So, do I believe in spirits? And I hate to call them interdimensional beings, because they show up in this dimension. So, but the fact that they exist just outside most of our visual, showing up 3D visual. We don't see it. But there's been some things that I've seen of people videotape stuff at night, and it's somebody in there doing something and they ain't paying attention, and an orb will go by. Well, one night I was doing a live stream, and there was an orb that passed between me and the camera, just went and then went up and back, and then it came back again. And there should be a video out there of me talking about it, and we could all see, the orb that flew around my head that night. Weird, you know, can't make this stuff up, right? So do I believe in it? Absolutely. Now, so that's sort of my point in believing that there are these ethereal objects. There are some of them that are nasty as hell, okay? But hey, catnap, there you go. I could read that now. I believe you trust your experiences. Oh yeah. So in the listening, learning to listen to my spirit guides. And I think it's because of all the acid that I did. Thanks for that story, man. I had a feeling before I asked that you've had. Yeah. And there have been times when, as a shaman in training and doing the drum and doing ceremonies down on the river, and then having seen some things in the smoke, you know, you're doing a ceremony and there's smoke from your little campfire and it starts doing this little dance in front of you. And you go, wait a minute, I'm not high, and the smoke's doing this dance and you go, I'm not high. It's doing this thing and you're hearing voices in your head and you're chanting and you're doing a little bit of drum and you're really into the prayer for whatever you're doing the drum for. And so the intensity, that over the years of practice and doing this, and then having understood, listen, these guys are yapping at me in my head. They're really there. And they're there most of the time. It's not like they're bugging me, but if I need an answer, how are you? Astra Casa? Is that a house in the stars? Hello, right back at you. So, in this understanding of things, there was a time when I was in Ohio at the petroglyphs there, that there were spirits who were just absolutely chatting away in my head, and I took pictures of them. And when I took pictures of them, here are these big blue orbs all around me. I mean, literally just, you know, bumping into my forehead and shit. And I'm like, holy crap, these things are real. I'm not making this up. I can hear them in my head chatting with me. So when they say, here, put your camera settings on this. And I said, okay. Now, I didn't know that these spirits knew about digital cameras, but they explained to me in my head that there's a flash that flashes, and then there's a delayed flash, and then there's a flash that flashes a little before it clicks. So there's a before flash, a flash when it clicks, and you click, and then there's a delayed flash. Well, some of these sphere beings appear depending on the flash setting and the fact that you use a oh, I can't think of it now. But anyway, your other setting, you slow your camera speed down, and so it'll pick up stuff, without a flash. But then when you turn the flash off on, there's all these things that appear. So anyway, I'm at the moment, Selena, I'm talking about. Do I like Chihuahuas? My sister has one, and so does another friend of mine, and I find them too yappy for me. Thank you, Kevin. Shutter speed. That's it. So, but if you tinker with the shutter speed a little bit and you take a picture uh, with a fast flash, regular flash, and a slow flash. And so, am I Gandalf? In a way, I have been in caves in the ground, you know. I have seen some things in Middle Earth, if you will, caves in Climax, Georgia. Used to go down there all the time. I think I'm too old to go down in them now. But so, but to take pictures of these spirits, and of orbs and things. So, and listening to these spirit guides and paying attention over my many years, it's like you can do it too. If you've got a spirit guide or an angel guide or whatever it is, listen to them, pay attention. It'll be obvious if they give you bad advice. Drop that shit in a heartbeat. A couple of years ago, I had some interference. Somebody up there was giving me bad advice, and I did videos of it several years ago, and I said, I ain't doing nothing till I clear this mess up. And I finally got my real folks back, and they proved a couple of things to me by showing me some things. And they will send me off on wild goose chases, like go down on the river and look for this. Okay, I've found deer antler, I found feathers. I went down in the river here recently. I'm sorry, I went down in my backwoods here recently, not down to the river, I couldn't make it, but and I found a deer's antler and the skull of one. And I felt my spirit guides talking to me, and they were like, here, wander over this way a little bit, Dave. And I'm like, why? There's nothing over there. And they're like, wander over there. Well, I've had practice with this. So I wandered over to my right where I was walking, where I was going to my left and cutting back to the house. They're like, wander over here to the right a little bit more. And I looked down, and there was this whole deer had died, a young one, and just, a couple of spikes in the head. And I was like, well, wow. So yeah, I brought it home. And, that's one of the deer that passed away in the backyard for some reason, but spirit to me shows me things, directs me to things. I mean, I got 18 acres total here. A good 15 and a half of it's in my backyard. So wandering around in the woods is like it's dense, very dense in a lot of places. So you just don't spot things. You have to like step on them. You have to look down and see them. And so when I listen to my spirit guides, and it's like hot or cold. Here, we want you to come this way. Okay. And sometimes there's nothing there. But like the last time I went on this little wild, it wasn't a wild goose chase because I found something. But, with the spirits in my head talking and walking in the woods, I went to the right, and there was, the deer bones and the head and the antlers, So, I don't know how it is for you and for other people, but, if you will listen, if your spirit guides will literally guide you, they'll guide you to things. But most of the time, folks go, "Yeah, that's just a passing thought." No, nah, it's okay. And they ignore it. For me, over the many years as a shaman in training, that's what I've learned to do. You have undiagnosed schizophrenia. No, it was diagnosed. Charlie, I was diagnosed with so many things. They had me on so many drugs. How do you get all the girls, man? No, I don't have any girls whatsoever. Dee, having been in caves down here in South Georgia and been in the earth, I don't know. Now I've been in caves in Arkansas, Missouri. I think I was in one in Tennessee. I'm not sure about that one, but I was in caves in Florida, around Inverness, Florida, Brooksville, and there's some caves in there that will just blow your flipping mind. But do I believe in Hollow Earth? I believe that when Admiral Byrd came back after that, they went down there in 47 or 48, there was something going on. And there were folks who, with the folks that were missing, there was obviously a mission down there to the Antarctic. He discussed flying over the pole. And I don't know. I'm going to keep an open mind, you know. I don't believe the Earth core thing. I believe that the magma and lava, whatever, is in different layers on the Earth, like there are oil pockets all over that get refueled. That oil is like the lubricant, one of the lubricants, literally, for the mantle. And, I knew people who did drilling. I knew people who drilled wells, really deep wells, for all different kinds of things. And, have had conversations over the years and I've done my own study too, how they drill down beside, they want to get oil and they find oil around, guess what? Salt deposits of all things. And then, like in the Gulf of Mexico. So they don't want to drill through the salt because it's very caustic. So they find this where the salt, I did a video on this like 8 years ago. They they know where the salt domes are in the Gulf of Mexico. They have mapped this stuff out a long time ago. So now they go down beside the salt domes and drill down and underneath it so they don't have to drill through it. And they get oil from it. It's really interesting. And I was like, what? But anyway, so Spider-Man, am I okay? I've been doing pretty good. Are you talking about something much deeper than the agenda of sheep? But seriously, just sharing experiences. Oh, it's okay. Hey, Super, what you up to? So there are many levels of society. I spent a year in jail and had to deal with, all the things about being busted and having to pay fines and going through all that kind of shit. When I bought my place up here after my year in jail, uh, I got busted with growing a couple of plants in my backyard back here with a helicopter, Huey, and a high-powered rifle on me, and the GBI, running through the woods to tackle me because I was growing marijuana plants, 6 of them in buckets. Not very well. It was a bad year. So, I've had a lot of good experiences, um, have been, many times into caves, into the earth. And, I read Journey to the Center of the Earth with Jules Verne back in the 60s, you know, and I read Heinlein. A lot of people are like, who's Heinlein? Starship Troopers, um, and a couple of other, Podkane of Mars and a couple of other ones. Homeless live stream. You're new, good for you. I look homeless? Not at all. I live in I live in a passive solar house. Here, I'll show you. Yeah, great books. So my imagination has been crazy for years, but uh, I don't know if you can see my upstairs. Orientation is locked. Yeah. No, you can't really tell. Where's the camera at? Oh, yeah, that's my windows right there. You can't tell. Oh well, never mind. Hey Texas, how you doing? Also, the term null is a computer thing. Yep, it's also a state. If you know, like for example, zero is a null state, null and void. You know, and I've been playing with this for years. Um, my favorite strain is the one that gets me high. If that's what you're talking about. I had some gorilla. This is a little bit of it. I've had some gorilla cookies, something anyway. It was a lot of fun. It was a lot of fun. We had one kind, and it never came back. We had it for a couple of months. It was available, you know, and it was called Sunday Driver. Oh my God. You smoked a little bit of that. And it was just like, you Sunday driver, yeah. It took me so long to find out. So, but anyway, Day Tripper, yeah. How y'all keeping up? Beatles, Day Tripper. Hi, how you doing? Gorilla Platinum Cookies. I don't know about the platinum part, but it was something like that. And I was just like, okie dokie, you know. So I think I got a little bit of this right here, you know, of the cookie. Yeah, Sunday driver. Oh, I wished I could get some more of that, you know, the Sunday driver. Corin, how you doing? Yeah, it was really fun. I mean, it was just fun to do. Just put a smile on your face and you just when I heard what the name was, I was like, you got to be kidding me. I mean, I can imagine Sunday Driver, you know, down here where I live. I'm in the country, you know, I'm 15 miles from town, 20 miles from town, 25, 30 miles from town this way. You know, I'm kind of in between all these little towns. You know, so it's like anytime I go to town, it's like Sunday Driver, you know, unless I'm in a hurry. Doodly doo, and just ride into town. Me and Doug are looking out the window. You grow white Tahoe? I've never had anything like that. No. I'm very fortunate that I have someone who has helped me to have something, you know, to smoke. Because I'm old, you know, and I used to be the one that was doing the hauling and selling and I wasn't in it for the money. Well, I sort of was. That's a lie. I sold it because I couldn't afford to buy weed. So I'd go down in somewhere and arrange for a pound or a quarter pound sometimes and sold it for to other people. And what little bit of profit that I made either paid for my smoking or it at least paid for part of my smoking because I was too poor to buy it myself. So, you know, my reason for, selling weed was so I could have it. I wasn't making any money off of it, but I was staying stoned. Hi, Nolan. How you doing? Yeah, they don't speak to me though. You gotta get out to Vegas. I've been to Vegas. Just got back from vacation, and the flower there is unreal. Should be legal in all 50 states, but yeah, big pharma. Yeah. I mean, I got busted with helicopters in my backwoods over here. I mean, treetop with a guy with a sniper rifle, It was wild. I know what it's like to be busted like that. But there was so little marijuana that I had. And the fact that here's this helicopter, a Huey, sitting there, until they, how much it costs to keep a Huey in the air? And when the governor found out, he was not happy. They were like, well, this guy's going to go to jail for what? An ounce of weed? By the time they stripped it and everything, thank God they didn't count the stems. But, when they stripped all the weed off of it, it was barely over an ounce. So, and they didn't charge me for growing it. Thank God. They were so embarrassed that it ended up, and it was the GBI, it was the Georgia Bureau of Investigation. It wasn't just the local sheriff. The local sheriff guys were really nice. I applaud my local sheriff's department. They kept them GBI guys in line, man. I like my sheriff's department guys. But talk about wasted resources. Yeah, buddy. I mean, a Huey. So there was two people in the front, and they, two pilot kind of things, and then there was the person, at least one person I could see hanging out the window, with a loudspeaker. Don't move, stay where you are, or we will shoot you. And I'm like, holy fuck, where I now I know how the Viet Cong felt. I really do. I was standing up underneath a tree going, Jesus, this ain't real. He just told me that if I moved, he was going to shoot me. I'm unarmed. I don't have any weapons. I don't have a knife on me. I got a pair of clippers, But what the hell? You're going to shoot me over a couple of marijuana plants? And they were, they were gung ho, buddy. Threw me down in an ant pile. And I was face down, like this. And I'm going, ow, 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 ow. And there was two of them that busted through, and they had to bust through some really thick briar patch. And they're bitching and screaming because there was a way in between I had cut a little trail between the briar patches. So they came busting through, and they were all scratched up and eat up, but he threw me down in an ant bed, and I'm like, squirming, and he's like, hold still. And I'm like, you got me in an ant bed, move me over a little bit. I'm in an ant bed. Had fire ants all on my face and in my hair and on my arms. They have my arms drawn behind me, right? And I'm face down, and then they got on him. It didn't take long for them to crawl up to get on him, because the ant bed was like right on my chest, right? So then now he's covered in fire ants, and he's dancing around, and ow, ow, ow. And I'm like, why? How come you can't hold still? And his buddy was laughing, and his buddy came over and helped me up, and because I had my hands behind my back, I was like, dude, wipe them off of me, will you? Well, get them off my face, or let me have my hands so I can do it, led me out of the woods, I still laugh at that sub bitch, with the fire ants all over him. Serves you right, bitch. Throw me down, But came in my house, and I had a little wooden bowl and some dried marijuana leaves on a paper plate. And there was a piece of paper covering it on my kitchen table. And the GBI guy came in, and he threw his big giant book on the table and covered it up. They went through the house and searched and did all these things, and he's the GBI guy, and he's opening up his book and he's reading things and doing stuff. I don't know what the hell he's doing. A big thick book about this thick, and he's flipping it open and doing stuff, and I'm like, okie doke, they're fixing to cart me off to jail. They got my bong, they got my this. They tried to get another pipe that I had, but uh, me and the sheriff's department, they put it's a sacred pipe, and so they had to put that down. So I come downstairs, and the guy picks up his big thick book, and I look on the table as they're walking me out. He's in front of me. Sheriff's department guy is on my right hand side, because there's no place to walk on the left. And I look down on the table, and there is my pipe with the weed on the paper on the paper plates. And he picked up his book and left it on the table. Now, they spent all that time to get weed out of my backyard with the help of a helicopter, right? And there was weed right on my table that he covered up with his own book. When I got out of jail 2 days later, I came home and smoked it. I was like, you got to be kidding me. So, the oddities of life. So here's the part I learned. What have I learned about who's controlling us? And here's the thing. When I was in jail, they control every move that you make. So when I was in jail for a year, I went from being in almost solitary to the highest job in the jail that you can be as a trustee. I got busted, sent to population, and 3 days later, the sergeant of the kitchen came and got me with the help of the warden of the Hillsborough County Jail to put me in charge of the officer's dining room, which I was there for 3 months at that particular job. I was also in charge of the stock room. I knew where everything was. I could cut you a steak in a heartbeat, but anyway. So, but I went from this lowly little, tiny little, yes, sir, boss man, yes, sir, boss man, to a well-paid, yes, sir, boss man. What did I learn? I learned that as long as I played their game, they loved it. They loved it. Always, yes, sir, boss man. Well, why do you do that? He's just a guard. He's my boss man. I am in prison. I am a slave. You don't understand. Now I'm a free man up here. They can't touch this. You can't touch this. You can't touch this. You can't touch this. But to them, outwardly, I played the game. Yes, sir, boss man. No, sir, boss man. And so it's like, been trying to tell people for years, got to play the game to survive. Yes. So what goes on? So how much does all of this stuff really matter? Like in World War II, my grandmother was telling me, she worked in a place around Dayton, a machine shop or something, building ammunition or something, putting things in shells that made ammunition. So, and I was like, really, Granny? She goes, yeah, we all worked for the war effort. So, but then when the war thing was over, then of course, Granny just went to being a housewife. But I never would have thought my grandma was building shells for the war effort, Wow. But they all saved their tin cans. They saved all these other things. They were on food rations. You couldn't get certain things. Now, if you grew something at the house, you had your own chickens or your own eggs or whatever. If you had your own cow and you could churn your own butter or whatever it was. So, folks who lived on a farm had more commodities because they had butter, they had eggs, they could kill a chicken if they needed to. So, hey, petroleum, Yeah, grandma, grandma telling me stories, all the grandmas talking about, how it was back in the day. But the thing is that we think it's bad today. We don't have it, you know. I have reminded people they don't remember the days of the Dust Bowl way back between World War I and World War II, where Oklahoma and Texas and every Kansas, it just literally blew away. And people didn't have homes or farms or whatever. It literally blew away. It was a dust bowl. People moved, out yonder to out west to California and places. Hey, Miss Pearl. But folks think it's bad now. No, it ain't. In comparison to other times and other things, no. And are there a lot of homeless people? Yes. Could we take care of these homeless people? Yes. There is a lot of property. I mean, there's a lot of industrial property. I looked into this down here and I was like, we don't have near the homeless population that folks folks in bigger towns and up north do. But and the rural Georgia, there are folks who they can find a spot that they can go camping and stay there in certain places. Now, if you're in a big town like Atlanta or something, trying to camp under an overpass or whatever, that to me is like kind of crazy. You need to find a little better place than like right on the street. And for folks who just set up a tent on the street, I'm like, come on now. Obviously, you've not had to really try to survive. So I don't know whether or not that camping on the street, or for those folks, there are a lot of vets who, like it a little bit in the country because they remember Vietnam. Because I've talked to some of these guys, have gone camping with some of these guys, went fishing with a friend of mine from Ohio that used to come down once or twice a year. And he just loved crawling through the swamp because it reminded him of Vietnam. He would put on war paint and shit and go down in the swamp for a day and a night and then come back with a smile on his face. And I'm like, what the fudge? This guy was, he was 6'5", 6'6", big dude. And he was a ranger. And he said he just would have these dreams and things and stuff. And he would come down here and kind of live it out. And once when he got done doing it, he was better. It was therapy for him. A lot of homeless everywhere in Vegas. Yeah, I got some friends of mine that moved to Vegas. I'm from North Carolina, not used to seeing that often. Yeah, that's right. Right, right. There's a few homeless people in Thomasville and a couple around Moultrie, and there's some up in Albany. It's a bigger town. A friend of mine's brother, well, I guess he was a friend of mine too, his brother was. But anyway, he stayed here for a while and lived on a tent on the property because it was better than him being on the street in Albany. Hey, New Zealand, how you doing, Shane? Shane. Never mind. Oh, it is 4:20. How about that? In just a couple of minutes. Wow, it's been this. Oh my goodness, it's been 3 hours. So, I had talked with some folks, and I was like, why can't you? There are all of these industrial parks that have facilities. Some of them have, showers and bathrooms and things, and it's like you've got people lined up on the streets, but you've got empty factories or empty warehouses that you could partition off real easy. I mean, they're partitioned off in a way on the street with their tents. So give them areas inside a. Oh, thank you. See, I forgot. Thank you, Geraldine. In just a second here, it's a 4:20 for real. So, thank you. Remind me in a minute. Actually, I'm going to start putting my meds out. Yep. They're just sitting here on the table. I have to line them up. I have to put them in front of me, take each one and put the bottle back on the table so I know that I've done it. Shopping malls are where it's at too. Yeah, there's some, but that's what I mean. Like in Albany, there's some old storefronts and things, and there are decent sized square footage. You know, you get a a storefront, you know, that hasn't had a business in it in 2 years, you know, and it's got 2,800 to 3,000 square feet and a couple of bathrooms and lighting and stuff. And there's some partitions and things. And so, but why not open it up and allow somebody to be in charge of it, give them a set of keys or whatever. And, you know, but as a homeless shelter, you know, get them off the street. Well, what have they got? Well, there's a bathroom. Is there a shower? No, but there's a hose and there's a an old kitchen area where you could wash off. And, you know, because I lived on a carnival, man, you know, you wash off with all kinds of stuff, you know. Hi, Lyra. I don't think I said hi to you. Lad and Robin, how are you? So, but with this understanding, you know, living on the carnival is almost being homeless. You know, living out the back of a semi, you know, but we did it. And there's all kinds of ways that you can adapt, you know. So living on the carnival the years that I did, I can understand what homeless is. Now, I lived in a cardboard box when I was in Tampa during a period. Oh, you're from Russia? God love you. Can I ask you a question, Robin? Really? I'm serious. Do the Russian people, I'm trying to ask this question in the right way. Do Russian people truly have a sense of Mother Russia? There are folks here in America who go, "I want American." Yeah. And you go, "Yeah, okay." But then there are people who are really, you know, America, the heartland, you know, um, hey, Kyle, you were fried way before the CID. Yeah, but I understand there's some beautiful places in Russia too. Maybe I'm just, you know, seeing the Kremlin and some of the architecture in Russia. I just, well, I studied architecture when I was in school, so you know, it's sort of a fancy of mine. I would love to see the architecture. Um, you know, there are things in here. You know, there are things in Russia that have been there for hundreds of years. America ain't even 100 years. You know, so how again, Adam? How are you? Oh, it's at 4:20 mark. Y'all join me. Then I got to take my meds. Do a ghost. Hey Nathan, how you doing? Cosmic what? Cosmic bro. No, I got to stay off of that kind of stuff. But you know, as I did a video about this ranolazine, it will make you hallucinate. I mean, big time. And they had me on what was a normal dosage of 1,000 milligrams twice a day, and it was knocking me. I was seeing shit. And I'm an old drug hippie, LSD, and here they are giving me this legal drug for my heart. And the side effect is hallucinations and dizziness. Yeah, I don't do blunts. I don't like to mix tobacco with my stuff. If I want to smoke it, I want to smoke the weed. If I'm going to smoke a cigar, I want to smoke a cigar. I don't, this blunt stuff, not into it. Never have. And folks who tried to, here, do this, do blunt. No, you smoke it. I'm gonna get my pipe, or I'm gonna get some papers. But no, I'm not gonna smoke it with the tobacco. Sorry. You can. I'll roll my own. Don't like the blunt. But I'm old fashioned. A friend came by a couple of weeks ago. I got to take my meds. Geraldine, you still there? I got to take my meds. Came by, rolled up a fairly decent fatty, just regular papers. Of course, he used two of them. I'm like, what? When you was in jail, you learned how to roll your own, and a lot of the times you had OCBs, which were not gummed. So you learned how to roll your cigarettes with ungummed paper, and it got to be where I could roll a pretty good cigarette with OCBs, and people are like, what's that? They might stick together some, but they will never get gummed up and stuck together. So, and if you can learn to roll with an OCB, you can roll with toilet paper. You could roll with a magazine. But what I've learned over the years is how to be, like one time we had a little bit of weed and we were on a camping trip, right? And the papers got wet because we were in a canoe. Oh my God, what are we going to do? Well, I looked around, and there rolling around in the bottom of the canoe was an apple. And me and my buddy, because we had both been Boy Scouts, let's see, that's the ranolazine there. Okay, I already pulled that one out. All right. He's a Boy Scout. Me too. So what do? We take a stick that's floating down the river and poke it in the apple. We take our trusty pocket knife and cut a little gouge out of the apple. We had a piece of aluminum foil from somewhere. I don't know where we got it from. So we made a little bowl. The hole that we made with the stick was our stem. So we sucked on one side of the apple and put the weed on the other side and smoked it. It was absolutely lovely, and it's like, so sometimes, the mother of invention, is like, oh, I sleep in the daytime. I've always worked second and third shift jobs in my lifetime. I worked on a carnival, which was always at night, and so in my old age, I'm still stuck on this kind of all night thing. Yes, I do, Fry, and I want to go fishing soon, maybe this week. If you're in Georgia, come see me. I got all the stuff you need. Just show up. And I just bought a new motor. No, I'm not a vampire, but I am an owl. One of my animal totems is owl. So, but not a vampire. Nope, sorry about that. But any type of vampire requires that you suck the energy or draw the energy from something. Okay. I mean, you could be a vampire and draw energy from animals or flowers, or you could, a lot of different ways to be a vampire. Robin, come on over. Yeah, if you come, you got to come down here to South Georgia. I can't travel at the moment. So, Fry, if you want to come down here and go fishing with me, uh, I have had back, most of you are in here now are new. A year ago, I had extreme back surgery. They had to open me up twice. Um, and I have not recovered from that. I'm still having issues with walking and motivating and using my back muscles. So I am not in a position where I can travel. So I kind of got to stay. Um, I got to stay closer to home because of not being able to drive far and certain things. So, but anyway, but you can come down here and make arrangements for you to stay somewhere. If you like camping, I got 18 acres. There's some really cool spots here on the property to go camping too. Um, but is Trump coming soon as president? I got a really weird feeling about that. I got a really strange feeling about that. And here it is. Okay. And it relates back to when RFK Jr.'s father was shot and killed. Logan, I've got that. I've got a weird feeling. And I mean, they shot him from behind. Sirhan, I don't think he might have had a gun, but he didn't get a shot off. And when you listen to RFK Jr.'s son, him, when he talks about where the bullet holes were and everything, he was shot by a security guard from behind. That's who killed him. They had the shots that actually killed him. So it's like he knows who did it, and it's like that out on the street they shot President Reagan because they wanted him out of there. Bush Senior, head of the CIA, head of the this, and vice president, wanted him out. So they shot him right there on the street, for crying out loud. So, in the fact that nobody has been shot publicly, there have been a couple of folks that have ended up dead. I got coffee over here. Um, Fry MLK was shot, and then Bobby Kennedy was shot because he was running for president at the time. And Hubert Humphrey was the one that got the nomination because Johnson um, ran out. I remember it because I had to do book reports on it. So, and it was a big giant deal. I mean, there was JFK that got killed, and then MLK gets shot in Memphis, and then RFK, what, Los Angeles, I think. But holy crap. So, but here's the thing: the situation is now that these people were crazy back then. Okay. Some of them folks are old and decrepit, but still, dear friends, good night, good morning over there, Miss Robin. It's a pleasure to see you. Come back and visit. I've been shot in the back of my leg. Gang violence. Holy crap. I have I have been shot at, but not hit. Um, at least not in this lifetime. But one of the things that a lot of folks are concerned about, and I'm want to. A friend of mine asked me today. They said, "What do you think about this?" And I said, "Well, with all these thousands of people that are crossing the border every day, and a lot of them are, they're beating up cops and they're robbing folks and they're doing stuff. I mean, do they really want to be Americans? You know, they don't have any allegiance to us. They got here for what? Because they thought they could get a job. The land of milk and honey, and maybe they're here because somebody sent them here. You know, to not necessarily be a spy, but to be an insider. So if something were, they said that there was a high influx of Chinese. Now I think there's a high influx of Chinese because there's a lot of Chinese, period. You know, and back in the day when the railroads and everything were built out west and along in Oregon and especially California, miners, railroad workers, man, they worked the Chinese and the Japanese to death, and the Koreans too. If you were Oriental, you could get a job, but they would work your nappy ass right off, you know, and go work in the mines because you're short and you can get in there. But anyway, but that's the way it was, and working on ships and the trade back and forth, and then there's the opiates and things that came in, and then trafficking, and trafficking's been going on for a long time within the China community. There's a Chinese restaurant in Thomasville. This has been 20 years ago or more. That a girl had come over from China and she was working at this restaurant um, a waitress, and I'd go in there and eat 3 times a week at least, and it struck up a conversation. She's a pretty lady, and she had a math book out one time up there as I was paying my bill, and I said, "Oh, what you studying?" "Oh, I study chemistry," and I was like, "No shit, you're studying chemistry?" "I go to school here at blah 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 blah," and I'm like, "So how did you get here?" And so the deal is she signed up for 5 years of indentured servitude. So she came over to work for this family. They sponsored her. She could go to school and so forth, but very strict. So the one of the papasans from the kitchen saw she was taking there was nobody in the restaurant, but she was taking a little bit too much time because I was asking her questions about, how did you get over here? You know, and she was a lovely lady too, but um, more so, I was really curious about how things worked, how she got here, and she was studying, and was she getting grants and stuff. So Thomasville, Georgia, right? Little small podunk town, and she's like, "No, I have to work 5 years, and my boss, he no liking me talking to you." And I was like, "Really? I'm sorry." And I said, "Well, then, go away. Just bring me my food and I won't ask you any more questions." You know, she did this, "Oh, so sorry." So I, paid my bill, and he was staring at me from the kitchen the whole time. And that time, and I came in a couple of days later, as I normally do, and no waitress. And I was like Monday, Wednesdays, and Fridays. Okay. So I went back in on Friday, looked around, no waitress. And the guy in the kitchen, he was looking into me with these eyes like, ha 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 ha. I come to find out from one of the other old mama sons there, she goes, oh, she they moved her to another town. She got too friendly and they moved her. And it was like, what? That so, but like a concubine, I mean, in a way, but bought, sold, and traded right in front of us, and there I saw Mexican families the same way. They were, hey, you can come work for us, but we're going to pay you very little. We'll give you some housing and you can buy your own car or whatever, but not going to support, but we'll support you, but we will sponsor you under the table, you know in Mexican restaurants all around down here. I used to know all these folks so many years ago. I mean, for 10 years, I knew all these folks. Used to do puppet shows and stuff for their kids and would go eat on Sundays and stuff. So got to know some of these folks really well and how it was working. And so they were sponsor somebody for 6 months and they'd come into this area, work for one of the restaurants. And if another restaurant needed a worker, they'd like, hey, you got somebody? Yeah, we'll send him over. So that, and if the INS was in the neighborhood and was going to come searching, they would call all of the phones would go beeping in the Mexican restaurants and they'd all haul ass if INS was coming to one of the restaurants to check up on folks. So yeah, that's still going on around here. But I mean, here, so they got their own niche. It's a Mexican restaurant. White people could work there, but the Mexicans sort of fit. I mean, I don't mean to be, it might sound like I'm being prejudiced, but no, they know what, fajitas and, some of this stuff really should look like, where white people are like, I don't know what this is Tex Mex. No, these folks cooked real Mexican food. Okay. So different, right? So yeah, white people, they can serve you, but they ain't going to be back there cooking it, because even the worst Mexican can cook better than a white person in the kitchen trying to cook Mexican. Just saying, I've seen it happen. But and up in Canada, when I was working for as an engineer, we went up there and did some work. I met there was a lot of Russian ladies up there working in the factories in Canada, and perfectly nice women and very, talking and this and that, hard working. Um, um, but where was I going with that? It's not that they had their own club, but because they were Russian, they were their own club. Like these Mexican workers, because they're Mexican, they're in their own group. Because you all are hanging out with me, you are all members of the League of Like-Minded Beings, because that's how we think. We don't think the same, but we think alike. So we're members of the League of Like-Minded Beings. And, it is what it is. So Mexicans tend to be around Mexicans. White people in Mexico would have a tendency to hang out with other gringos, just the way it is. Polish families, black folks have their own little neighborhoods, and certain black folk have their own, there's even niches or niches within the communities. Can you do the thug shaker? What does that mean, Soggy? Name your favorite song for an edit. It's 4:45. This battery's going to die soon. A favorite song? I don't know. There are a lot of songs that I know, and I need to get my guitars out. And I got a mandolin that needs tuned to play. I got my harmonicas over here that the dog goes crazy, but maybe I can sit outside and he can stay in the house and do a little bit of blues riff. But um, I have a tendency to, you know, like some of that old Muddy Waters. And there's Jethro Tull, especially thick as a brick, but it's a whole album, you know. It's not necessarily a song, but, you know, and you wise men don't know how it feels to be thick as a brick, you know. But but it's been a bunch of trips listening to Jethro Tull and tripping along. Oh, ELO, Electric Light Orchestra, and the Moody Blues. If you know, if you want to have a nice trip and not have to change the music out, pick an album. Of course, now they got CDs and stuff, but pick a thing of some Moody Blues and put it on. And On the Threshold of a Dream, that's one. And they were made for folks to trip with, you know. My favorite song is Martin Luther King by, Miles. If you have not heard it, you should definitely listen to it. Best song. Yeah, I've not heard of it. But having grown up around down here in South Georgia, after I moved up here, I grew up and listening to some of the old Appalachian music and some of the old Sure Enough country, banjos and fiddles and guitars, and that 3-4 part harmony that you get with some of the old spiritual music and stuff. It's just fantastic, you know. And we did a I played in a play as the father of this group, and the name of the was Smoke on the Mountain is the play. The music in it was just great. Country music, Appalachian style, and 4-part harmony. It was great, you know, and the playing and the picking and when you 3 or 4 people, get that harmony together just right, and the hair on the back of your arm stands up, that's the best song. What is my favorite song? My favorite song is one that I can sing with some other folk and we can get that harmony just right and the hair stands up. Ooh, 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 ooh. That's the best song, Uh, you know. So I've been in several musicals in my life and I've sung with some really, really kind people. We did a play years ago called The Vikings, and there were folks from FSU um, who were vocal teachers and stuff from the university, and they came up to Thomasville, and we all performed together in this play, and hang out with to me, some professionals, Can I play a cigarette? Oh, absolutely. And I want to light one too. That's my phone's going to die soon. Um, I can't see the percentage. But since, so who's in control? Let me go back to this while I'm smoking a cigarette. And what it is so how do you stay out of this? We always keep an eye on what these crazy folk are doing. But unless you want to get bit, you keep your little doggy self away from these munchkins. They're not munchkins, but they're and that's the rich people. That's the folk that think their poop don't stink. You when you see them and you know who they are, then you avoid them. You do work for them if you need it, because my buddy, we was talking today, and he was like, I'm doing some work for some people and they're really particular and I could, they pay me well and they pay on time, but they're just peculiar. And I was like, dude, man, live 71 years like I have and the people I've had to work for, talk about tough. Sometimes you just got to suck it up, and you getting paid? Yeah. You getting paid good? Yes. And is there anything else that you can do right now? No. Can you make any money? Do anything else right now? No. Then shut up. Be quiet. Go do it. Go do the work. So in life, there are folks up here that want us to, they want to conscript people now. And in other words, they want to draft your ass. I remember the Vietnam days and they were going to draft me, but my leg was so messed up and broken in 4 places. They were like, nah, go there and play. So I wasn't on the list. There was one why. They were going to take me only if they had nobody else to choose from. And the fact that back then, that I could barely walk, I was only good for an office job. So I could still be a Marine and work in the office, I guess. Hey, Jonas, how you doing? Can we see you shake that thing? What, my cigarette? No, it's 5 in the morning and my shaking it is done for tonight. But I encourage anybody else that if you can check it. Oh, I was smoking some Gorilla. Right now, I'm just smoking a cigarette. And for those of you who been around, do the thud shaker. I don't know what that is. Maybe I'm too old. I haven't. Well, thank you, Beauty. Is that Cena, babe? Seema? Jonas? I had a lot of friends who came back so messed up from Vietnam. I didn't get to go. I tried to join the Marines, but my leg was so messed up. I mean, it's literally this much short. My left leg is this much shorter than my right leg. And I got scoliosis. And, I'm very grateful that I can walk at my age at all. So, but, I have a lot of friends. And my granddaughter was recently in the Navy. My brother was in the Navy back when, during the first Gulf War over there in the 80s. But they were escorting tankers and stuff. So, how do you stay out of this stuff today? You stay out of it by only going, and if you gotta go work in a factory and that's the only thing going, then go do it. And you say, well, there's no future in it for me. Well, but right now is right now. And there have been times when I say, man, there's no future in this. And 2 years later, something come along and my future change. So you say, well, this job might not have it, but then something else comes along that ain't got nothing to do with this factory. In fact, this one factory I was working for, they closed down and everybody lost their job. And I had switched out just before the big change. So, you know, the job that you're working will get you through what you need, hopefully. But in the meantime, and it keeps you busy and there's income, but learn all that you can from that job, regardless of the job. I mean, I went from being a floor sweeper as a trustee in the jail to the highest position that a trustee can get by playing the game. I didn't have to kiss anybody's ass. I didn't have to suck on anybody. I didn't have to do none of that. But I played the game right. Yes, sir. Yes, Captain. No, sir. You know. Yes, sir, Sarge. No, sir, man. No, sir, boss man. And I knew that they were in charge, and they knew that I was their subservient. But by always being respectful to them, I ended up moving right on up. And to move up in class in a jail without having to do anything nasty. So in life, it's like that. There are folks up here that are going to want to play you for whatever it is, and you go play whatever it is to get money or whatever service you need to stay alive in this world, but then you just leave them go do their stuff. Folks never came out here to my house because I lived too far in the country, but there were folks who assumed what my house looked like. Well, you live on 18 acres. Yeah, well, they thought I lived in a brick house and all this. No, I built my house out of recycled barn wood, Nothing showed what. Yeah, there are a lot of folks that say I do look a little like Willie. What old man advice do you want? Hey, Diesel, how you doing? Yellow triangle. So y'all going to have to get whatever you want out of me soon because my cigarette's working down and my battery's running out. But so how do you deal? If you got to go work for somebody, go work for them. And keep your ears open. You hear somebody talking about, I heard they're hiring down at such and such. Really? Yeah, they're paying $15 an hour. Yeah, well, I'm only making 12 here. Well, good. So you listen and say, well, I heard somebody's paying 18. Really? How much experience that you need? Well, if you've got some experience, some kind of managerial or something, then, well, I did managerial and I worked this. Maybe I should go apply. And next thing you know, the job you're in that has no future, now you have a future in another job. But you have to use the job you're in to see about getting the next one. Now, if you find a job that you're happy in, then just waller in it as long as it'll go, and keep your eye on the bigger picture. Like, for example, there were big companies buying out the one company that I was working for. TRW decided to divide itself and sell off their compressor components division, which was the division I was working for as a grinder in a machine shop. So you got to listen to what the corporate's doing. What? They're breaking up? Well, they didn't tell us where we were working. but I found out about it through the stock market. What? Yeah, stock market. Yeah, TRW is breaking up and they're moving their compressor components. What? That's us. Wait a minute, what the hell's going on? Oh, well, didn't we haven't made the big announcement yet. Well, it's all over the damn newspapers. What's the big deal? Well, you know, we're being sold in a couple of weeks. What? Yep, we're going to actually be working for another company. What? Yeah, in a couple of weeks. You don't have to go anywhere. You're still going to get paid, but the check's going to be from this company and not TRW. What? No choice, no chance, except you can leave if you want to. You can take your stock option with you, which a lot of us had, but you ain't gonna be working for TRW no more. Bye. You can still come to work and you'll still get paid, but it's gonna be a different company. Holy shit. What's your opinion on the pregnant man emoji? Oh, I think it's funnier than hell. What is it you're saying? Who is that? And Asami, is that? I think all of that is stupid. Somebody asked me if I was homophobic and I'm no. I have family members who are gay, mostly, well, all of them girls, but these folks who act out and play out and got to show out because they're gay, you know, and these women who want to be men who want to be women. Well, I'm a man, but I can still have children. I identify as a man, but I can have kids. Well, then you're not a man. You know, sorry. And I don't want to be mean to you, but, you know, you are a woman. You're a lesbian woman who, you know, identifies as the male and, you know, in drag, you know, okay. I know of someone who's like that, you know, dresses butch. That's who she is. But she's not a man. Okay. But she dresses like that. Okay. So, but folks who are trying to be, there are folks who are trying to, you know, be a man, but then they want to say, well, I'm a man, but I can have children. Well, my lesbian sister had a child, had two actually, you know, so it's not like, and she married at the time a black man. And so, and oh, they won't have any, he won't have anything to do with us white people. It's weird. So, you know, I have firsthand experience with interracial marriages and children, you know, and he won't have anything to do with us white folks, the white folks side of the family. Not a bit will he, because he's a little too dark, you know, and he's self-conscious about it. And his daddy's like that, and you know, his daddy's a thug, so he's a thug. And okay, you know, it's a shame you got to really be like that, because you got a lot of us, the other side of the family, that would at least like to meet you, you know, without you being a thug. But you know, you talk about us white people, the other side of his family. Okay, I'm his, you know, I'm his uncle. You know, um, no, you know, you're a white dude, you're a hunky. Sorry about that, man. You're mulatto. So no, I'm black. No, you ain't. Sorry. You know, but you know, you're mixed. You're a mixed race. Well, I didn't have nothing to do with this. I didn't, you know, I didn't ask to be born. There are a lot of us that have said that, regardless of being, of mixed race, or just there are a lot of us that just wondered why the hell am I here? How. So, but with that said, though, what do we do about it? You do the best you can. Now there are folks who go to school, they get a degree, and they get a job in their field, and they go to work doing that. That's great. But there are a lot of us common folk who have dug ditches, who have worked for plumbers, who didn't necessarily go to a trade school for it, but we worked for a guy who paid us barely minimum wage to go dig ditches for him. And in the meantime, we learned how to cut pipe and put goo on plastic, and how to lay out a drainage system. We learned what it was like to, use a ditch witch and install drain tiles and things, there are folks who don't even have a clue what that is. But so you made money at it. It was hard work outside, and sometimes you were working in the rain, sometimes you were working in the snow, sometimes you were working in the, in 110 degrees in the daytime. But you did it, and you did the best you could. And the experience afterward is like, I got diagnosed with D's. I recently got diagnosed with okey doke. But a woman who claims she's a man is a lie too. Well, see, I applaud my sister, and she'll probably never watch this, but I won't discuss it much. But, in the fact that, she's a butch. She's not the effeminate lesbian. She's a butch. Okay. Just like I have known gay men through the carnivals, other people that I've known for years. Charles died here recently. But he wore studs and things and stuff and leather, and and he would pick on you, and he was a bitch and would tell you so. He was that person. In his partner, Tom, was a lovely man. Just you would, but Tom was just this, studded thing and blah blah blah, and just okey doke. But they were together for years. So, but Tom didn't say he was the girl, but he was the kinder of the two in the partnership. He was a sweet man. Hardly raised his voice. He was very kind. We all liked him. Thank you. So do I have gaydar? Yes. Having had a lot of men over the years, pinch my ass. Yeah. So, ooh, you got a tight ass, Dave. Well, thank you very much, but you can leave it alone, please. So, but I don't have issues with it, and I should, because I was molested at 13 by a gay man. And, and then again tried at 14, and then, you know, three different priests that tried to diddle me, so it's like, um, thank you, Diesel. So, but um, having had men chase me around a lot more than women, by the way, a lot more, no, I'm not gay, don't want to be, but how come I got all these guys want to, have something to do with me? I'm like, no, sorry, no. And I should be very resentful. I should be homophobic, and I'm not, because I can recognize it, and I know who I am. I don't have to worry about, well, I don't know if I'm, but if I'm, no, I know who I am, right? Um, Talmas, hi, how are you? Javier, how are you? Oh, I pronounced your name right, correctly, didn't I? I know there are folks who probably call you Xavier, right? But I know folks, and that's your name is Javier. I've also had 5. Well, that's interesting. That's Douglas. But so in this understanding of the world, though, so somebody told me years ago, and they said, Dave, there are some people who want to, excuse my French, and it's at the end, 4 hours and 10 minutes, so it's the end of this. There are people who want to fuck you in the ass, literally and figuratively in life. And you have to decide whether or not any of it is worth it. You might say, well, I'll let this person do it, just once because I need to get by. And then you say, well, I don't really mind it so much, if somebody does me like that. But, for me, it's like, no, I'm sorry. No, that's not on the list. You know, you're going to have to make me do it. You're going to have to hold me down. And no, the answer is no. So I'm not volunteering. But if somebody said, well, it's either that or die, I might have to reconsider my options. But the answer is no, you know. So, but, there's always that gun in the mouth, you're going to like this one way or the other. Okay, was not planning on that for today, but, all right, I can see where I could change my mind. Doesn't mean I'm going to turn gay, but I can change my mind if, there's a situation like, you know, um, deliverance. So if you're in that kind of situation, you might just have to suck it up and take it, you know, unfortunately, you know. But the trick is to do your best not to get in the situation where whoever it is, whether it's a business partner, whether it's a business that you're working for, whether it's any of that, that you don't get yourself in a situation um, where you get fucked in the ass. Bottom line, you know. So with this stuff with AI, who's in control of us? I'm in control of me. There are folks who would like to control me, like control my social security check. Well, we're going to give you this little bit of an increase. It wasn't near enough this year to take over for what the hey Robert, did I get that right? Hey Paladin, how are you? It's Marcos. Who did I miss up here? Have you ever been to the pen? I'm free, Fresno. Yeah, I was in jail for a year. Yep. I have been incarcerated. Yep. I've not been in the state prison. I worked out a deal with the sergeant in the kitchen at the Hillsborough County Jail to not do state time. I did my state time at the county jail. Maybe hide the kids, they can listen. I almost put age restrictions on it today, and I didn't. Yes, Katniss, I did. Geraldine reminded me. I did. I took them all. I was busted with a small but a decent quantity. It wasn't like just a little bit. It was like, I was trying to sell an 8 ball of some of the best methyl deoxyamphetamine you ever wanted to put up your nose. Hey, Andre, how you doing? But so I went to jail for that, you know, and served my time, 4 years probation and everything, and did my time and did all my stuff clean, you know. Javier, are you asking me how my day's been? Not too bad. I got over a stomach virus and I'm feeling better than I did the last few days. At my age, you take it when it comes. Oh God, Wire. The I was bragging about this stuff earlier. I've had a lot of drugs in my day. I was never one to shoot up. Don't care, was just never into needles. But snort something, you got something, we can put it out on the table and chop it up. Well, we got this stuff out of Macon, Georgia. We drove up to Macon to get it. Then this guy pulled out this sack of it and dumped it on it. We was in a motel room just off. I mean, we could see I-75 from the hotel room. Second floor, he had it all prearranged. We met him there, went up there, and he had the top of the dresser was made of glass. And he dumped out this large quantity of white powder onto the glass on top and said, all right, we all gonna do some, and we had made an arrangement where my buddy Butch was not gonna do. He was gonna be the driver and I was gonna be the doer. And Gunner said, no, that ain't happening. Y'all gonna do it. And so we were like, I looked at Butch and he looked at me and I was like, dude, here we are, yeah, I wasn't pushing it. We just knew people that wanted it. There was a supply and demand. We just knew folks that when we got back with it and started splitting up, it was sold. These folks wanted it that bad. It wasn't like, I was down on the street going, hey man, you want to buy a no, 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 no. These folks were like, hey, bring me some, bring me some, but Paladin, I'm having not been, well, I was in Tampa and around, but having just basically, growed up around here in Tallahassee and Thomasville area and all and so forth, that stuff put a monkey on my back. It was so clean. It was so good. I hate to say that, here's this white powder that was just, you got to be a snorter, you got to love it up your nose. And I got a big old honker and it worked real fine. And that's why I have sinus issues at my age. But, I don't recommend it. But that was a period of time back then. And it was a wild and woolly time. Who is that? Mono what? Do you like monkeys? They're all right. I haven't had the opportunity. Well, back in the Carney days, the Lambs family called the Lamb, their last name was Lamb. They had monkeys. And other than the fact that they shit all over everywhere and just stunk, the monkeys were fine. Hey, Nick, how are you? Had flew when I lived in Tampa area, Pinellas Park. Went to see Deep Purple down there. And there was a big auditorium that was on the bay in St. Pete. Saw Jethro Tull there. Saw a couple of folks there. The at the time, the Tampa auditorium thing, it wasn't near as nice. But anyway, do you have? Oh, I had fun. There was a lot of stuff we could do when I lived in Tampa. But as I lived in Tampa, it's 4:20. Let's see if I got a hit left in my pipe. I've been on here for 4 hours and 20 minutes. So, but there was too much darkness moving in. There were warlocks and warlords and darkness that moved into the Tampa St. Pete area. The goth movement went crazy, but there were people who were conjuring shit. And I got into it and I left Tampa, brought it up here and tried it and realized, oh, fudge. No, I do not need to be messing with this. But I met some people in Tampa and around the University of South Florida, at other places too. Now, that wasn't the only place, but because I grew up in the north end of town, that I was familiar with there. But some of the witchcraft stuff that was going on back then, I was like, I don't want any part of this. I want out of this mess. And for some reason, maybe it's the energy that I've had that, I knew that I had kind of sort of been touched by an angel, for lack of a better word. And I just was not going to follow any kind of evil demon kind of shit. It was not on my list. Now, what I was interested in the phenomena of it. Is the devil real? Are demons real? And I found out, oh, fudge, don't be fucking with this, because here you're supposed to conjure demon but then, all right, so then what? So it's like, well, you conjure this demon to do your bidding. Well, what do I want a demon to do for me? I mean, seriously. So here I am I want to conjure this thing. And I'm like, wait a minute. So I have this in the middle of the conjuring, I have this thought. I didn't think this thing through. I did not think this thing through. What am I going to ask this demon to do? Mow the lawn? I mean, staying in Clearwater when you came back to North Carolina. I love North Carolina, especially the western end. We didn't crap our world up so bad. We could have fun. We couldn't have fun today. Fun is gaming, child's games with adult content they shouldn't be subjected to. That's true. I mean, some of these kids are watching Pornhub on their cell phones while riding to school. They're watching high-inch porn on their little laptop thingies and stuff. They're 13, 14 years old. Jesus God, I saw a breast in a magazine. A breast, okay, from a Playboy. One breast. I will never forget that breast. Oh my God. I mean, I was just like, as a 13-year-old, I was like a little masturbation heaven here. I'm like, oh my God, there's a breast, What's under the raincoat? There's a breast. Oh my God, it was so sexy. So, but as a 13-year-old, it was like, whoa, But the things that they get to see today is and for free. Back in the day, you'd had to pay good money to see some of the stuff. And grandmas are doing porn. Granny's doing porn. With her granddaughter. What? Hey, crazy. I'm getting banned. We had real fun back in the day, like Woodstock. Yeah. When I was growing up in Tampa, we had the Tampa Jams, and I was there every weekend doing some kind of psychedelic, you know. Yeah, okay. The next time I do it, I'll put age restriction on it. Going to the corner store trying to get a quick snip and got told off by the clerk. Yeah. Well, and one of the things too, back when I was a kid, mom gave you 50 cents and you went down to the store and bought a pack of cigarettes for her. You know, cigarettes were like 35 cents a pack. But the things I'm discussing now are the things I did long time ago, 30 years ago, I'm that old. So, and I went to jail for it, and it's all, on the record and all this kind of stuff, if you want to go looking for it. But no, I was not a predator. No, I wasn't a this or a that. No, I got busted because I had a drug problem. That's basically it. And the only thing I do now is smoke a little bit of this. Sometimes I smoke too much of it, but what's my opinion of Trump? He's a good CEO. Okay. Now, I have worked for many companies in my lifetime, big companies, little companies, but they all had boss men. Okay. They all had a CEO of some type or another. And when I was running my own business, I was the CEO. Good night, Katniss. Thank you so much. Trump is a CEO. He's not a politician. Okay. And the things that he worked on when he was El Presidente before were issues that a CEO would face, not a politician. He does not play well with others. He does not play well with others because he's used to being the CEO. He's used to being the boss. Now, with the Congress and everything, but being the boss, so people go, oh, wow, I don't like that son bitch because he's the boss. Well, yeah, most of us, you elected Obama. I was not pleased. You tried to, you ran Hillary and she didn't win. We were lucky when missed that one, right? So it would be nice if someone, yeah, I'm fixing to get out of here too. It would be nice if someone like Robert Kennedy Jr. could win. He's got some ideas I'm not really hip on, but at least he's open minded. At least he can take a situation and go, well, I'm not so hard strung on this that when you show me the facts, I can't change my mind. Now, there are folks who go, well, that shows weakness. No, I'd rather see somebody who's not necessarily wishy-washy on a subject, but if you give them more information and they go, well, some bitch, I didn't know that. I think this, or, maybe I changed my mind. So I would applaud somebody like that. Vivek, his name guy, he's too young in the business and the politics. A lot of good ideas. He needs to work for somebody else. Trump, I hope, does make it. For the reasoning is we need a CEO to fix this stuff. We don't need a politician. Although, you know, how many of you remember when, hey, Jason from Kansas, Javier, but when he walked by himself into Korea, a lot of folks don't remember that. But when Trump just, said, here I go, and walked across and shook hands, I was like, there are so many people in this world that don't have the guts that he showed to the world. And people don't remember that. And I'm like, there might be a lot of stuff I don't like about Trump, but he went to Korea and literally walked across the line by himself and met Kim Jong-il. By himself, walked across with all these other people with guns in a different country. There wasn't a platoon of Rangers around him. There might have been a sniper or two hidden somewhere, but, and he walked across the border into North Korea by himself. Guts. Without a weapon, guts. So here's the thing. Who else do we want? Do we want Trump back? The guy who walked to North Korea, by the way, and who tried to get a lot of stimulus and everything, and who started building walls because our southern border is trashed. He sees all the immigrants as, let them come, but, do it the right way. They want to grant these people citizenship when they ain't done nothing. They can't speak English. They don't know what the Constitution is, let alone. No, there are rules in how to become an American citizen. You don't just give them a card and say, here, hey, Niles, how you doing? Hoped he packed food because there wasn't none in the north. Hi, Miguel. People different view there. There's a lot of folks who should be in jail. I mean, mine got busted for a couple of skanky little marijuana plants in my backyard. There's no guns, no violence, nothing. I live out in the country, in the swamp, and, and they bust me for that, right? Resources, right? Oh, I'm this horrible, terrible person because I was growing some marijuana for myself and I got caught. Then there is Hillary Clinton that killed people, Gaddafi, the stuff that went on, the sitting in the war room and blasting people with Obama and no, I'm sorry, I didn't do that. But there are people who have actually killed and murdered other folks in the name of justice or whatever, and they get away scot-free. So with that, I say, the world is a crazy place. Let's make sure that we're not the people that they're shooting at. I don't grow weed in my backyard anymore because they might find it. Weed ain't done you no good, mate. Oh, it's done me a lot of good over the years. It's helped me out a lot, James, actually. But growing it in the backyard, no, that hadn't done me a bit of good. No, no, no. Got to keep it under wraps. But, land where the board is stolen. I don't know what that means. But anyway, it's been 4 hours and 34 minutes. I love you all. Thank you for coming. Thank you for hanging out with me. Remember, it's about peace. And I've been talking over the last many years how to be the conscientious observer. Keep an eye on what's going on out there. But if it starts sucking you into a darkness, get out. I've had to work for some questionable people over the years, but I worked for them long enough to get paid and I was out of there. I didn't hang around that section. That's one reason I moved out of Tampa. There was too much dark art. There was witches conjuring shit, just warlocks. Oh my God. And I was just like, sorry, the air's too lit. The air was literally too dark. And the last time I was down there, the air around, and I didn't even go all the way into Tampa, was too heavy for me. I was like, I could not wait to get back up north again. And even up into, north of Brooksville and places, the heaviness was still there, had to wait till I got, north of Swanee River before, the air cleared in my head. It was like, wow, gee whiz, I don't want to live down there, NGB, if what, then I'm gonna leave. I don't know what that is. The border is, yeah, they're letting folks in, but they've got an agenda. Thank you, Javier. Kind of Kavanaugh. How are you? So, oh, what is stolen doesn't belong to the thief. Absolutely. We've had a lot of land stolen, on the channel with Robert, we discuss how Native American lands have been, how they've been, massacred and everything for all these many years. And to the Native American folks, the land doesn't belong to anyone, you know, but the white folks have partitioned it off. And like I've got 18 and a half acres, and it's plotted out. And there's a place in town where it shows, and you can even go online and see a picture of the front of my house. And you can also, through realty.com or something, you can actually see the layout of my property from a bird's eye point of view. I didn't know they could do that. And I'm not selling the place, So they've stolen my right to privacy by showing my land. They show everybody's land. And it's like, well, it's public knowledge. Well, yeah, but I didn't mean you could put it on some kind of realty site or whatever and see what my place is worth and value and what the front door looks like. Budge, you guys, well, who gave you permission to drive down my driveway and take a picture of my house? Because you got to drive down my driveway. You just can't take a picture from the road. You got to come down. So when did they come down my driveway to take that picture to put it up on this site? What? So much for privacy, Somebody was telling me one time, was looking at Google Earth, and they said, "I've seen your house from the air," and I was like, "Yeah," and they was like, "Blah blah blah, it's a current picture," and I said, "No, you're wrong. It's a current picture," and I said, "No, you're wrong." "Well, how do you know that I'm wrong?" And I said, "Because I'm looking at Google Earth of my house, and there is a truck that's parked in my yard. And if you look at what's on Google Earth, there's also a red car in the field up by the white truck. Yeah. And I said, the red car's been gone for years. I towed it off to the junkyard. There is no red car up there anymore. What? And I was like, yeah. So you think you're looking at my house currently when you're actually looking at a picture that's 10 years old. But it says that it might say it's current, but I'm telling you, that is not what my place looks like. That ain't there, and this ain't there, and that's not there, because I was looking at Google Earth myself. So, people say, well, that's what it looks like now. Maybe not. So you're being deceived on many levels. Well, this is what it looks like. No, it isn't. Well, this is no. If you don't know what the changes are, if you're not observant and don't pay attention, so what you need to do is pay attention, I just subscribed. Thank you, Nathan. Hey, Bradley, how you doing? Recap this for me. What? The satellite used to give a level 3D view until everyone complained. That's when they mapped and listed your house. No, it's just simply that, I have watched Google Earth over the years, and they've taken pictures, and I've watched because I've had different vehicles and trailers and stuff in my yard. And I can tell, well, I moved that trailer, 7 years ago, it's now over here. Well, it shows it's over here no, sorry, but I can look at the changes. So about every 7 to 10 years, they update their pictures. They don't update all the pictures all the time, so I don't care. I can still see what my property looks like from overhead, but I know that it's not current, because of things in my yard, and trees that have grown up back here behind the house, as there's a whole forest there, didn't used to be there 8 or 10 years ago. So when you look at the pictures, it shows a field. No, sorry, but I just cut 2 big oak trees down from back there. It's a forest. Hey, Nathan. How do I live? I live in a passive solar house with a lot of windows. I tore down old tobacco barns. I tore down houses and got, old wood from that, barn wood and so forth. And I've got new wood in the house too. But, I'm a pioneer from a long way back. Well, listen, my friends, it's too dark right now. I'll do a daylight thing with all the windows and everything. It's too dark right now, and I'm really tired. I'm in South Georgia, just north of Tallahassee, Florida. That's where I is. In my old age, I do. I mean, there's a lot of stuff that I can't do because of my physical condition and stuff. But I'm still here. I'm still breathing. I'm very proud to still be breathing. I'm very proud to be able to meet all of you. And no, but I'm really close to being off grid. I've got several solar collectors out there. I've got a couple of batteries. I've got a small generator. I found out the other day it's really too small. I'm honestly going to have to upgrade. I thought it was would run my refrigerator. It won't. Of all the things I'd want to run is my refrigerator. It won't. My refrigerator pulls too many amps. So I'm going to have to rethink this generator thing. But I'm all about 12 volt. My house is passive solar and it's 40 years old. So I was ahead of the curve a long time ago. No, with the initial starting, right? That's startup amps. That'll kill you every time, Bradley. Yeah, I will do pictures of the house. My cell phone's been working pretty good. I've just really started learning how to use it for YouTube, and I'm going to do a walkabout and show the what passive solar is actually about. So, but I love you all and thank you. And I continue to pray that each and every day, that each and every one of you will continue to learn how to accept and receive the knowledge, the healing, the wisdom, and the many blessings from the universe. And who's controlling us? That's just it. Who is controlling us? And you say, well, Dave, after 4.5 hours, where you bring this up, it's because, if you don't follow whose rules, then you're going to get penalized, regardless of who it is. Okay. And what the penalty is depends on who's listening. Are you getting this? So there are a lot of who's in the who's who, but who is paying attention? And they're dictating our health. Whose health? Your health, my health. Why us? Because who thinks they know what they're doing? Who thinks they know what is best for us? Who thinks they can do a hoodoo and who us all out? So the best thing for us to do is watch these buggers, keep our heads down. If you got to do it, then you got to do it. If you don't got to do it and you got a choice, then don't do it. If you got a choice, there was somebody, I can't talk about this much, but there was somebody who gave up a lucrative, he's a soccer player, and he decided that he was not going to do it and didn't and still hasn't. And he was ostracized and lost a bunch of buku money for playing soccer in to go into different countries. And they asked him, he said, do you regret it? And he said, not a bit. And they were like, yeah, but you lost millions of dollars and for this and that, because you didn't play. And he goes, I don't care. And the interviewer said, why? And he said, because I have freedom of choice. And I feel good because I made my own personal decision. What? Yeah, when you can make your own personal decision about anything and you feel good about it, nope, I made up my mind. Nope. Okay. And when you stick with it, and right or wrong, but you stick with it, that's a good feeling, you know? So, but he potentially lost big bucks, but after the fact now, um, things have recovered and everybody's like, oh, good job. You're one of those people who didn't. And he was like, yeah. Do you regret it? Not a bit. So he was comfortable in who he was or is as a person. If you're not comfortable with it, but you have to go along, okay, you know, that's just the way the game is played. Now, is it really a game? Well, to them it is. Is it a game for me and you? Well, it is for me. You know why? Because I know they're playing a game. They're playing a game with me. So I get to watch and say, wait a minute, and no, they're trying to play with my head. Ooh, let me stand over here and watch how this turns out. Before I go jumping in head first and get involved in this, I'm going to keep an eye on what's going on. And I'm going to choose to watch instead of being involved. Because some of them people over there are crazy. It's like, well, I better watch out for this. Unlike a small sized house, like a ranch far in the mountains, Yeah, Bradley, if you've never been in the mountains and have like lived there, that sounds good, but living in the mountains is tough. I live here in South Georgia on the end of a swamp and it's tough. You know, thank God I don't have to climb up. I do have a hill. I do. When I go to the road, I got to climb up a hill. And in my old age, it's not real steep, but I'm glad it ain't no steeper. Tell me the hardships. Well, if you're in the mountains, you have to deal with things being very steep. You got to walk uphill or downhill a lot. All, you know, I've got relatives who live up in the mountains up in Tennessee, and you walk out of houses downhill. I mean, you step off the front porch, it's downhill. And then when you want to come back to the house, it's uphill, you know. And so, and I don't mean a little bit, I mean, it's fairly steep, you know. So, they don't have flat land where my niece lives. It's beautiful up there. Oh my God. But there ain't no flat land. I mean, not a little bit. There is no place that you can park your car or truck or van or whatever that's level. You have to block it up one way or the other to get it level. And it's not steep, but everywhere you go, you're walking on an incline. Now, so your best bet, Bradley, is to you don't really want to be on a mountain. And here's the reason why, because everybody can see you. If you want privacy and you're stuck up on the side of a mountain halfway up, people can oh, look, there's Bradley up there sitting in his house. Now, what you want is you want a nice spot down in a nice little valley where it is level, but you got the mountain right behind you. You got the view, you got everything that the mountain will give you, but you got flat area to plant. You don't have to, you might have a slight incline, you know. Even in Florida, there are places where it's a little hilly. You don't want to be flooded. Well, then don't get close to if you live in the mountains and it rains real hard, it'll flood you. It'll flood you. Yeah, buddy. Here living on the bottom of this hill that's not a mountain. But when it gets to raining 2, 3 inches in an afternoon or in a day, the water will be this deep in the yard from the accumulation of water coming down the hill. And I mean hauling ass. And so I've been up in the mountains when it rained. I almost bought some property up there. When it rains and the water comes down them hills, it's got to find a place. So you can get flash flooded real easy. But if you're at the bottom of a hill somewhere, then you can look at the lie of the land and tell where the water's going, so that you can stay far enough away from a daggum creek that you don't get the creek come up and get you. You know, my backyard floods well, not as often as it used to, but it's never come up to the stairs behind the house. And I had some old timers going, "Oh, you can't build your house there." And I was like, "Why? It'll flood." It flooded from water coming down the hill and getting into the house. But I have since pretty much helped to fix that issue. I built the house on the ground and I should have brought it up a little bit. But, so the water literally came down the hill and ran right into the house. That was stupid. But I've since put a wall on that end of the house, and it has stopped the water seeping into the house a lot. But so there are things that you can do about not flooding, but one of the best things to do is don't get too close to a creek. Ooh, let's go over here and be on the river. No. Well, there are people who've lived here 50 years and they've never had a flood. Right. But when you move there and it'll be 51 years and that river will come up and flood your ass. Once in 100 years. Okay. All it's got to do with them poor folks out in California, they don't know what to do with the water. I watched this video that was about 5 minutes long of the side of this mountain. Just nothing was going on, or there was a slight little bit of rain, and it kept sliding and sliding, and a little spot over here slid down, a spot over here slid down, and then all of a sudden a big chunk fell down. And in 5 minutes time, the whole side of this hill just came down. There was just dirt and rocks and stuff, nothing to hold it down, no trees or nothing, and it just magically came down and crashed. I was like, wee, man. I'm glad I don't live there, you know. But I will continue to pray that each and every day, that each and every one of you will continue to learn how to accept and receive the knowledge, the healing, the wisdom, and the many blessings from the universe. There's a lot of good information, you know. I hand dug my own well. Hey, Robert V. Yeah, I'm out of prison. I'm out of YouTube jail. And you know, I have talked about the subject without mentioning any names, you know. So and I'm fixing to go lay down and go to bed now. I've been up all night long. From Jesus Christ and his redemption plan. Oh, I was in prison, and hi, Leela. I was in prison because I had a decent quantity of white powder, not crack, but it was MDA, methyl deoxyamphetamine. And I had a monkey on my back. And I went to Tampa to sell some of it so I could buy some more, and got busted. We got ratted on. Somebody invited us to Tampa. We took the chance. And then when we got to Tampa, they were waiting on us. And it was a bad setup, you know, but that's how it happened. But anyway, so yeah, it's time for you to go to work. Is it snowing up yonder? I noticed that there were some flurries in your area. Good night, Bradley. And TD, and blessings to y'all. I was facing 20 years, Bradley, and I got a year's county. I got state time, but I did it in the county, so it was for the state, not Hillsborough County, but I spent it in the Hillsborough County Jail. So it was a year, and had I broken my probation, I was facing 20 years. So it was not a light sentence, you know, it was not a slap on the wrist, and I was sweating bullets. And it was a good thing that I had a connection with, it is snowing, Robert. Be careful. So, you know, the fact that the sergeant of the kitchen, I knew his relatives in Georgia. It was so weird. He was like, you're from Berlin? No, you're from Berlin. He talked like this all the time. Hey, Sheila, how you doing? And I was like, yes, sir. He said, you know where Ellington is? And I said, yes, sir. I grew up in Ellington, Georgia. I said, you did? No. Yes, sir. Come on in here and sit down and let's talk about Ellington. Okay. You know, so he would buy us sweet potatoes. And on Sunday, I'd slice up some sweet potatoes and make a big pile of fried sweet potatoes. And we'd put some sugar on top and some stuff and sit in there in the office, and he'd make up menus for the next week. But the Sarge was a good guy, and I liked working for him, you know, in the jail there. And he told me, he said, I know the judge. He said, if you'll work for me here in the jail, just like you're doing now. He said, you can serve your, oh, the light went out. He said, you can serve your state time here in the county jail and you won't have to go off. And I was like, I had it made. Man, I knew where everything was in the freezer. I could do filet mignon. I, you know, and the only thing we didn't have was fish, which is okay. And we had more beef than pork, but we had pork chops. We had this, we had sides of meat. We got in whole sides of beef and cut them up in hamburger and stuff. We made our own hamburger, we made our own steaks, we made our own everything that they brought into the jail there. And I knew where all of it was. you know. So you talk about, how do you make it in prison? You go to work in the kitchen. Why? Because you can get fed. You will always have something to eat. And when you're bored and tired and you're sitting in a jail cell and they bring you some kind of shit and you go, "What is this?" You got to eat it or starve. But when you work in the kitchen, you can make what you want. And if you don't like this, like for example, one of the things you didn't get much of was ice. Another thing was sugar. So, for your coffee, I like a little cream and sugar in my coffee. Nope, no cream and sugar. It was just black coffee. And you drank it, you liked it, or tough shit. So, but when I worked in the kitchen, I knew where the sugar was. I knew where the cream was. So I had cream in my coffee and I had sugar in it and it tasted great. And so, but the other inmates like, well, you selling out to the man. And be sitting in a cell with 20 other guys, bored and staring at each other when half of the guys in there are up for some kind of murder or something. And you're sitting there looking at them going, oh, I just had a little bit of drugs on me. And, this one guy told me, he was a big bear of a guy, black dude. And we were chained together to go into the courtroom. And he said, if I decide to run, you're going to run with me. And I said, okay. What am I going to say? I looked up at him and said, all right. And he goes, how fast can you run? I said, well, I used to run track. He said, good. He said, if I run faster than you, he said, I'm going to snatch your arms off. Okay. Now we're in the truck going to the courthouse, and he's telling me this. All right. So, being chained up to a two-time murderer, that's wonderful. But you learn a few things. You learn that, don't sweat it. The chances of him running with me behind, very slim. But the fact that I was shitting bullets and sweating blood, God almighty. But so I served my state time in the county jail with a good man, Sergeant Castleberry, and who is from Ellington, Georgia. And it just so happened that I got busted, from living up there. So I had this, lo and behold, I got busted, but the angels were working on my side because who would have known that the sergeant over the kitchen was from where I was living in Georgia? What are the chances, And the fact that he was like, you know where Ellington is? No, yes, sir, I do, and I did. I'm got to go through Ellington to get to the state park. That's right. You go up there on the river. Yes, sir. So you never know. And people told me, said, you're going to be a trustee. Yep. Then you're going to work for the man. Yep. Then you're going to slave for him. Yep. I'm going to work in the kitchen. Yep. 7 days a week. Why? Because I'm bored. What do you mean? I can't sit. I'm facing 20 years. And you want me to sit in this cell for the next 20 years? I don't think so. I don't care if I have to give my services away. I'm not sitting in this freaking cell for the next 20 years. No, I volunteer for something. I don't know what it is, but I volunteer because I want out of this cell. And I did. And I ended up being the top in the jail, simply by playing the game right. So can you do it? Yeah. But what you got to do is you got to have your attitude right. Well, what do you mean, Dave? Well, if you got a shitty attitude and you go, well, the man's not ever going to get me, well, then you need a net. So what you do is you keep that thought in your head, because what is still free is what's in your heart. What's still the liberty, your freedom is still in your head. They can't take that. And don't let them. Oh, I'm going to break you. Okay. I played along the game. They're going to break me. Yes, sir. Yes, sir, boss man. I'm going to play along. Yes, sir, boss man. No, sir, boss man. Do this. Yes, sir, boss man. I'll do that. So in life, there are folks who sort of demand that from us. Not everybody, but you got to do your job. So I demand that you show up on time. I demand that you do a day's work. I demand that you, do, if you're doing piecework, you got to do so many a day. I demand that you, okay, there are demands. It's a different kind of prison, but you still got to be there. You still got to play the game with the man, your boss. You still got to do whatever job it is. You still got to play that. And for those folks who have to, like I worked in factories and stuff, was it the greatest job? No. Sometimes there was some factory work that I really actually enjoyed. But, there's other work. I just needed a job, and I worked there for years because I needed a job, but it paid decent money, right? So you work there and you got family and friends and, folks that worked there for a while. And so, the job ain't so bad, because when you go to break, you got a bunch of people, you talking about shit, you go to lunch and blah, blah, blah. So, there's a camaraderie in working in this factory that nobody really likes working there, but they work there and they're proud of the job they do, but they do it. So in this life, with the Democrats or the Republicans, whoever's pulling the bullshit on us, right? What do? We try to elect somebody else. We keep our fingers crossed in hopes that the votes actually count, which they didn't in Georgia, but that's another thing. But let's see if we can't get this right, because there are a lot of us that want to see it done right. The fact that we vote for somebody, there are folks who really give a shit about that. They care. I want our votes to count. So what do? We say that. Somebody says, well, what are you going to do? There are people who say, well, I ain't going to vote for nobody. Well, then you be a grumpy shit then. But if you want to change stuff, then you say, no, I want my vote to count. Well, who you're voting for, you may not want to say. I'm not voting for Biden. That's a god dog, sure, So, but who else I might vote for? At the moment, it's Trump, because he's a good CEO. You ain't going to like the guy because he's not a good politician. He was friendly to people. Not everybody hates him. There are a lot of people who have changed their mind about him. I think we need him for 4 more years. If these damn Democrats and folks don't go, jumping off, maybe they should go jump off a cliff. But that, we need a CEO to straighten us back out again. And maybe 4 years after him, somebody will step in and be able to pick up, not necessarily where Trump left off, but where government should be left off. In other words, we need another CEO after Trump. We don't need a smiley politician. And somebody that's a little narcissistic, well, does it get the job done? Yeah. He walked into North Korea by himself. People forget that. Trump walked into North Korea. Biden can't even walk, let alone to North Korea. But anyway, I continue to pray that each and every day, that each and every one of you will continue to learn how to accept and receive the knowledge, the healing, the wisdom, and the many blessings in the universe. Thank you so much. Hey, Chloe. Tori, how are you? Our vote is the most valuable in the world. Yep, I agree. And you know, if it ain't working this time, I mean, back in the early days, I mean, JFK, you know, that he stole some votes back in the 59 election. He swiped some votes from Nixon, you know, and Nixon was hot to trot about it. You know, he was pissed. Who's not going to like who? Yeah, but I didn't say he was honest. But look at Biden. You know, Biden's even more of a crook because they're the ones that started the Ukraine war, and he set his son up over there. So talk about crooks. One crook is another crook. But see, my point about the Trump thing is that he's a CEO. That's my point. I didn't say I liked him. I said I liked him because of he's a CEO. But there's a lot of stuff that I just don't like about the guy. You know, but options out there. If I vote for this one, ain't going to count. If I vote for that one, ain't going to count. This person ain't, So I'm hoping that we get a CEO. That's what I'm hoping for. So now we have our men deployed in Poland. And yes, we took casualties. That's sad. Well, I pray for them and send prayers out. Folks that are deployed in any kind of war situation, I've been, ever since the Israeli thing happened in October, I said, if you take away their bullets, they'll have to do hand-to-hand combat. If you take away their bullets, take away their rockets, take away their ammunition, take away their bullets, and see how long the fighting goes on. And somebody picked it up just the other day. It was a politician, and he said, well, how come we're supplying them with all of the artillery and all the rockets? And he was like, why are we giving it away? And I had said this 2 years ago when it started. I said, the United States is giving all of these weapons away because some of these weapons have been sitting in a warehouse too long. They got to rotate their stock. But now there are folks, analysts in America, are going, we gave away all our stock. We don't really have any rockets ourselves. We've been giving billions of dollars away. But to the point, though, whoever's making bombs can go back to making more bombs now. That's always a job for somebody. But the idea, so how do we stop it? We tell our politicians, stop sending them no more bombs. No more bombs. No more bullets. If they can make their own damn gunpowder if they want to, but and make their own bullets, but we don't give them any more bullets. Sorry. Make your own. And if you can't make your own bullets, then don't shoot. You can't shoot at each other. To me, it's oversimplified. But there are people who are sending bullets over there. And if we just quit doing that, folks would, they'd figure something out in the long run. You know what I mean? So, but anyway, I love you all. Have a great day. And try not to let this stuff bother you, because to live in fear is for crap. And I remember as a child, during the Missile Crisis and hiding under our desk, and we had to take food in and put it on the shelf in case a bomb went off and all this other kind of crazy shit. I used to lay awake at night scared as hell. And people are worried about who nuclear bombs now. No, I'm more worried about nuclear power plants spewing stuff into the atmosphere than I am them sending me a bomb. But I'm more worried about folks coming to the United States without a passport who do not have our best intentions in mind. I'm a lot more worried about the people crossing the border than I am about Russia trying to invade. Sorry, the folks coming across the border now are here now. Vladimir Putin and the Russians are on the other side of the planet. They are not here now. But there are people here on our border, and God knows there are people in South Georgia that come across the border, the Mexican folks and things, It's regular trafficking, and South Georgia is one of the places I found out recently that was high in trafficking and children trafficking. And I was like, in Thomasville? Here? Seriously? Yep. I'm like, holy crap. But so it is everywhere. If you see something, report it. If somebody asks you to become involved in something, don't, So we have choices. We have our free will still, regardless of what anybody says. When I was in jail, when I was in prison, I still had free will, although it was limited of my free will, but they couldn't take away my mind. They couldn't. I could read books. I could do these other things. I could exercise. We had a little black and white TV. Could only get one or two channels, but at least it's kept us occupied. But got to learn how to make a bunch of stuff while working in the kitchen. Are you like 980? Got me famous. I don't know what that means. But anyway, phone's fixing to die. I love you. Be safe. Okay. And all we got to do is say, peace be unto you, my brothers and sisters. And for the people that, come in the chat, there are some folks that just seem to have like an attitude, and we don't need to have an attitude. We just need to hang out with one another and have conversations, So this idea that I love Trump, no, but I hate Biden. There's no way I would vote for Biden. Just no way. Didn't vote for him last time. I don't want to vote for him this time. So, but anyway, and I was a lifelong Democrat too. So, but anyway, be safe, y'all. And until next time, I love you. And try to have conversations and not arguments.